welcome to my channel, where I scream into the void about fandom and expect a catharsis that never comes. Did you know that we're not in the year of the snake right now? We're actually not even in the year of 2025. No, we are in the year of Hermione. Hermione refers to the romantic pairing, aka ship, of Draco Malfoy and Hermione Granger from notorious transphobe Joanne Cano middle name Rowling's book series Harry Potter. Harry Potter is a book series about a magic boy and his magic friends going to magic school and getting into magic mischief and eventually fighting and defeating magic fascists. Hermione is Harry's best friend. She's smart and pragmatic and overall a fascinating character. Draco is an evil blonde bully that is on the side of wizard fascism and calls Hermione slurs. I think what a lot of Hermione shippers find interesting and are drawn to about Hermione is this idea that Draco would have to make himself better and do some sort of reparation and beg for Hermione's forgiveness, all of which, when you consider that he's a white man, is an ultimate fantasy. I don't usually engage in Hermione content because it's just not something I'm super interested in. I am, however, interested in when people take their fan fiction, do a bit of rewriting, and then publish that fan fiction as an original novel, which brings us back to the year of Hermione. This year, 3 books were published that were originally Hermione fanfiction: Rose in Chains by Julie Soto, The Irresistible Urge to Fall for Your Enemy by Bridget Knightley, and Alchemized by Senlin Yu. These authors had engaged in something called filing off the serial numbers. They'd changed names and elements of their fanfictions to remove the old intellectual property, which I'll be calling IP from here on out just because it's shorter. Then they took the fics down, then had this new work published as an original novel. The situation with Knightley's book is a bit more complicated in that she claims that her book was inspired by a fic she wrote and that fic is still up. Girl, whatever. The thing is, this practice isn't new. 50 Shades of Grey was originally Twilight fanfiction. What is newer is the use of the fact that your book used to be fanfiction as a marketing tactic. It was sort of a scandal when it came out that 50 Shades was originally fanfiction. However, more recent books like The Love Hypothesis, which I actually have a video on, used the fact that they were originally fic as an advantage. Love Hypothesis, along with other books that were originally Reylo, which is Rey and Kylo Ren from the Star Wars sequel trilogy films, started the trend that we're seeing with Hermione authors today, talking very publicly about how their books used to be fanfiction. Like many Reylo authors, these Hermione authors are often approached by literary agents from major publishers, and they're offered book deals while the story that would become the book is still fanfiction. This is also sort of a newer development. 50 Shades was actually self-published at first. While Rose in Chains and The Irresistible Urge are both very popular, I don't think either of them are really as talked about as Alchemized. And maybe that's because Alchemized is 1,031 pages. This book is not the special edition and it's 3 goddamn pounds. I think there's some other reasons too, of course. Senlin Yu is non-binary and uses they them pronouns. They're mixed race, their dad is white and their mom is Japanese. When considering how transphobic JKR is and the fact that Harry Potter books are kind of racist, I think there's also a confusion gravitational pull here as well. Why is this mixed race non-binary author writing fanfiction set in JKR's universe? Why are they publishing that fanfiction? Also, the pen name that they're using, Senlin Yu, is also the same name they use in fandom spaces. When they post their fanfictions, Senlin Yu uses the name Senlin Yu. Using the same pen name in fandom and author spaces, even when everyone sort of knows that your book used to be fic, is unheard of. As far as I know, this is low-key the first time that this situation has happened. Then, of course, there's the content of the story itself. So, let's dive into talking about Alchemized, or as it was originally known on AO3, Manacled. Alrighty besties, now we've come to the summary section of my video. Because Senlin Yu has been very open about the fact that their fic Manacled was the basis of Alchemized, used the same pen name for their fics, Tumblr, and this book, and their Instagram, and continues to post about Manacled on their professional Instagram, I will be treating this section more like a summary of the overarching story of Manacled and Alchemized. I'll focus more on Alchemized as Senlin Yu does make several changes to the story when it got converted into a book due to it no longer being constrained by the, frankly, poorly built Harry Potter universe. That said, I think that occasionally examining the fic is actually useful. Senlin Yu has talked quite a bit on their social media about the plot of Manacled, as well as on their Substack and in news articles. I actually did feel pretty conflicted on whether or not I should summarize the fic, though. Like, Senlin Yu did take it down, and what's generally considered the polite thing to do in non-fandom spaces, like this YouTube video, is to sort of skirt around fics whenever possible, especially when they've been taken down. Senlin Yu is breaking a lot of fandom etiquette in how they market their book. I asked myself, should I really stoop to their level? And the answer I landed on was yes. Yes, I should. I'm going to say this now. Both the fic and the book deal very heavily with themes of sexual assault. I refuse to say grape, so I'm gonna try to please the algorithm by bleeping out the full word. Personally, I don't think the fic and the book handled this topic particularly sensitively, and it's not really the type of thing where I can say skip to whatever timestamp to like avoid this because it's so prevalent in the story. All that to say, if discussions of rape that end up getting excused by the narrative is something that might upset you, this probably is not the video for you. Manacled is an over 370k word fanfiction written by Senlin Yu. They started it in 2018 after the birth of their first child and finished it in 2019 mostly by jotting it down in their phone notes app. The fic is set in an alternate universe, a term abbreviated to AU in fandom spaces, in which Death Eaters, who are like the wizard fascists in Harry Potter, won the Second Wizarding War, aka the war being fought in the last few Harry Potter books. The AU is not only the Death Eaters won AU, which is not uncommon in Harry Potter fanfic, but also the Handmaid's Tale AU, which brings us back to like why this book is, I think, more interesting to a lot of people than Rose in Chains and The Irresistible Urge, because what do you mean Senlin Yu wrote The Handmaid's Tale into this book? Or I guess the fanfiction that became this book. The Handmaid's Tale is a dystopian novel written in 1985 by Margaret Atwood. Set in a nebulous future, environmental factors have led to the majority of women being barren. Remaining fertile women, called handmaids, are rounded up and given to upper-class families to be raped by the assigned family's husband. After impregnation and birth, their children will be raised by that family's wife. After a few kids, the handmaids will eventually be sent off to the next family. The novel was made into a TV show that premiered in 2017. While Senlin Yu did read the actual novel in high school, the idea of Manacled was more directly inspired by the show, which was quite popular at the time. I did watch the show and read the novel several years ago at this point, but for what it's worth, I do remember the first season of the show following the book really faithfully. But let's get back to Manacled. Manacled and Alchemized are structured in the same way. Act 1 is in the present, Act 2 is one very long flashback, and Act 3 is back to the present again. The main difference you need to know between the fic and the book is that the fic starts out very Handmaid's Tale heavy, with Hermione ending up Draco's prisoner, specifically so that he can use her as a handmaid. In contrast, the book brings in the barely disguised Handmaid's Tale IP of it all into play sort of later in Act 1. Now the meat of this video. Summarizing the 1,000+ page book. Instead of taking place in the Wizarding world, Alchemized takes place in a vaguely Eurasian world, a setting that Senlin Yu describes on their Substack as a sort of gas lamp fantasy era that utilizes an iteration of the Industrial Era. It is set in the nation of Palladia, which I think unfortunately is not the same Palladia offhandedly mentioned in Barbie Island Princess, but I suppose we can all dream. The magic system in the universe of Alchemized is called, this is crazy, alchemy. But the ability for a person to draw on that alchemy is called resonance, which not everyone has. Think of alchemy as magic, but somehow vaguely mathematical, and think of those who access it through their resonance as wizards. All of this draws on lumithium, which I think is a metal, but maybe is also sort of like the Force from Star Wars? Most resonance wielders, aka alchemists, are born in Palladia due to Palladia having a lot of lumithium, but there are those from other places. Y'all, I'm so sorry if you can hear one of my dogs eating. He just loves to eat his food right next to my door while I'm filming, and we gotta carry on here. Back to what's happening. So I think the types of things a resonance wielder can affect are called their repertoire, but I'm still not clear about that. It's most common to be able to control metals, and some people can control fire. But like, it has to be metal or fire that you have on your person, at least for combat reasons. You can't just like produce it out of nowhere like in Avatar: The Last Airbender. If this is confusing, I'm sorry. I'm doing my best. I have a spreadsheet of terms that I made and I'm trying to use, and maybe it's because I don't read a lot of fantasy and this is a very long book, but the magic system was really confusing to me. Part 1 of the book. Our main character, Hermione, I'm so sorry. Helena is an immigrant from Itros, a more southern nation, and originally came to the more northern Palladia to study. She was originally sponsored by Dumbledore, Principe Apollo Holdfast, who I don't have a picture on here of, who is like the king of the land. Helena is best friends with Harry Potter. Luke, who is Principate Apollo's son, as well as Luke's Principate Primary, aka bodyguard, Ginny. Lila. And Lila's twin brother, Ron. Soren. Also, as a side note, I'm not sure if Ginny Light's name is supposed to be Lila or Lila, but I'm Jewish and I'm going with Lila. I'm sorry. While the majority of nations surrounding Palladia all believe in the same god-goddess pantheon, Palladia is much more conservative religiously, believing that goodness is determined by sacrifice. This is partially because Orion, Luke's great-great-grandfather, there's a lot of greats in there, fought this war against necromancers. Necromancers raise the bodies of those killed and use them as mindless soldiers, and Palladians believe that this interferes with their soul's ability to leave the earth and find the practice morally abhorrent. In the first Necromancer War, Orion suffered a lot of losses, but it was eventually deemed worthy by their main god Sol, him, due to these sacrifices. Sol then granted Orion the ability to defeat the necromancers. Followers of Sol are called the Eternal Flame. When we first meet Helena, she is in a stasis tank, which is sort of like the vat thingies from the Matrix. And she is basically suspended in goo and fully conscious, occasionally zapped with electricity to keep her muscles from getting messed up. But she thinks about books and stuff to keep herself from going crazy. Eventually she's pulled out of the stasis tank thingy and higher ups are big mad because the documents on who she is and stuff have been tampered with. She is eventually taken to a hospital type place that has the strong, sterile scent of antiseptic everywhere. What does that mean? It's time to find out in my new favorite game, Alchemized Anachronisms. Everyone keeps describing Senlin Yu's world building as masterful, and it's definitely better than I could have done, and probably better than the world building in Harry Potter, but the bar is on the floor when it comes to both of those metrics. I don't think the world building in Alchemized is actually that good. So I've created a tier list of what I think are the highlight times that Senlin Yu references something that exists in our world and plops it into the world of Alchemized without properly explaining it or, in my opinion, considering the consequences. Let's begin. Senlin Yu casually mentioning antiseptics actually kicked off the idea for this tier list. Things are often described as smelling of antiseptic in this book, but what that smell actually is never described beyond it being strong and sterile. On page 294, it is mentioned that lavender oil is used as an antiseptic. However, on page 396, the word antiseptics is used, implying that there are multiple types, so lavender oil can't be the explanation we're looking for. What antiseptics exist and smell like beyond lavender oil are never really expanded upon, leading me to believe that Senlin Yu is relying on the shared knowledge of what antiseptics tend to smell like in our world. I'm going to be ungenerous and say I think that Helena and the hospital are using fantasy Purell. All that to say, I think this is lazy world building. This is what inspired the list for me, so it kind of is feeling like a what the hell sure in my heart. This lady Stroud pulls up this thing called a resonance screen, which is basically a magic MRI to check out Helena's brain, and it's looking crazy in there. Someone basically rewrote Helena's brain to lock away her memories. Also, Stroud is like the same character and Manacled that was head of the breeding program. Senlin Yu couldn't be bothered to change her name, I guess. Helena is handcuffed, and those handcuffs contain like a lot of blue mythium, so she can no longer use her resonance. So Voldemort, I'm so sorry, I've done it again. The High Necromancer, whose pin keeps falling off, wants to see Helena's messed up brain, so Stroud takes her over there. Helena, as they're walking, realizes that they're near Necrothralls, which again are bodies that have been reanimated to be servants. They don't have a lot of autonomy or much going on up there, unfortunately. Also, there's like actually an in-universe slur for them, liches. I've recently found out from my beta reader that this comes from D&D. I'm sorry, I was not a D&D gay in high school, mostly because my friends and I could not find a DM. Okay, so as they're walking, they run into this girly Grace that Helena knew from Alchemized Hogwarts, aka the Institute. Grace tells her that Lila is dead and has been reanimated as a lich. Grace is also selling her eyes because there's a famine and she and her fam can't afford to eat otherwise. Helena, horrified, because while there is magic healing in this world, you can't grow eyes back. I think this is a good bit of world building on Senlin Yu's part, as it establishes that there are rules for healing magic in the world of Alchemized, which isn't super true in Harry Potter. And the fact that food is hard to come by and the lower classes will do essentially anything to keep their families from starving does foreshadow some stuff later in the book. Now, you might be asking, how do they get to not Voldemort's lair? Well, to answer your question, it's time for my favorite game, Alchemized Anachronisms. In a November 2024 Substack post, Senlin Yu wrote that they, quote, spent an ungodly amount of time trying to invent a compelling excuse for why alchemists or necromancers could have teleportation abilities. You see, in Harry Potter, wizards can use everyday objects that have been enchanted into these things called portkeys to travel long distances through teleportation. They can also teleport by themselves, which is called apparating. I think that's mostly for shorter distances though. Senlin Yu eventually decided that alchemized brand apparition would be difficult to justify. I do think that's fair. So to replace that, they decided on lorries. As in trucks. And as a non-Brit, my understanding is that lorries aren't like pickups. They're big shipping trucks. Because Senlin Yu never bothers to describe what they actually look like, readers are forced to rely upon our shared modern knowledge of what a lorry looks like, which is a CB radio having, rubber wheel driving, giant piece of metal and plastic. The lorry situation is frankly ridiculous, and I think I would have preferred teleportation over it. So yeah, A tier. Not Voldemort is mad that his minions essentially lost track of Helena. Him being this mad doesn't make a lot of sense because in the Alchemized universe, she's just a healer as far as anyone knows. Also, like, they renamed Voldemort Moreau, which is really funny to me. Like, what do you mean this is the most fearsome, scary, powerful man in Palladia post-war? Moreau, with two R's and a OGH at the end. Moreau figures out that probably the person in charge of prisons, Mandel, whose title is literally the warden, is somehow responsible, so they call her in. It turns out Mandel, who I've almost called Dolores Umbridge, was in fact behind the incomplete stasis and filing error thing. You see, both Mandel and Helena are this thing called Vivimancers. This means that, as part of their resonance, they can manipulate the body. Necromancers use vivimancy to raise the dead, as well as transfer living consciousness into new dead bodies. Because of this, the divinely chosen monarch class, the Holdfasts, Principate Apollo, and Luke, view vivimancy as a natural. But the Holdfasts allowed Helena to use her vivimancy, which made Mandel jealous, which is why she did the whole incomplete stasis thing. I think this is an instance where Alchemized is weakened by being formerly thick. As in Harry Potter, it's pretty established that Umbridge really hates Hermione. So they have some history, right? But this rewriting kind of feels irrational and clunky to me. Some more context is added later as to why Mandel would choose to do this to Helena, but like why Mandel hates Helena so much specifically is never satisfyingly established, in my opinion. To punish Mandel, Moreau puts her in a more decaying body or something. I don't know, it's not that important. He doesn't kill her though because he's already made her one of the Undying, a reward that he reserves for his most loyal followers. Essentially, he has made her and his other homies immortal, and they heal from any injury. They can't die. Whatever, it's in the name. Somewhat confusingly, Moreau's followers are often referred to as the Undying with a lowercase u, whereas immortals like Mandel are Undying with a capital U. To make things a bit less confusing, I'll mostly just call them like Moreau's followers instead of Undying lowercase u. And if I'm saying Undying, I'm probably like referring to the elite members of Moreau's regime who can't die. This guy, Shizio, who I think is replacement Snape, puts the newer model of manacles on Helena by drilling a hole in her wrist and putting on the manacles with a goddamn tube in the middle, and they fully suppress her resonance. Shizio was a member of the Eternal Flame / Resistance, but turned traitor and is now serving Moreau. Also, Helena has a wrist injury from repeated breakages that causes tremors and some nerve damage, which I think is objectively funny because I got surgery like low-key this time last year due to really similar issues in the same area. Moreau decides that the High Reeve, who is basically his right-hand man, should be in charge of trying to recover Helena's memories. They've decided that the memories must have really important information about the Resistance since, like, somebody saw fit to bury them so thoroughly. To access the memories, they're going to need an Animancer, which is like somebody that can use their resonance to read people's minds, and the High Reeve, real good at animancy, okay? Now you may be like, Alexi, how do they get Helena to the High Reeve's manor? Did they throw her in the back of a lorry? Well, it's time for everyone's favorite game, Alchemized Anachronisms. Once again, we are back with a transportation-themed anachronism. This time, it's a vehicle more suitable for everyday teleportation transformation. It's the motor car. Once again, Senlin Yu is relying upon their readership's agreed-upon image of a car and hoping that because they're using the vaguely old-timey word of motor car, we'll all imagine something that like fits into that late 1800s era. And don't get me wrong, those cars are cool, but I just became a motor car owner a couple months ago, so I think that my agreed upon image has to be a Subaru. Once again, A tier. So we get to the manor, and oh my goodness, plot twist! It turns out that the High Reeve is reskinned Draco Malfoy! Cenlin Yu gives him the exact same title as in Manacled, and like, I get that High Reeve is like a term that exists in the real world and like something that Cenlin Yu themselves inserted into Harry Potter, but it still kind of annoys me. It's the same thing with Stroud. I'm like, at least pretend that you're taking this filing off the serial numbers seriously, dude. Draco has been renamed to Kane Farron, but Helena just calls him Farron. We also meet Astoria. Oh no, I misspoke. I mean, Aurelia. She is pissed off that Helena's arrival will mess with her parties and social schedule and stuff, and Farron is like, Aurelia, I don't give up. So we know they don't like each other very much. Helena freaks out when she sees some roses and hallucinates that they're blood. She is very afraid of the dark and avoids exploring the house because of that fear, so she's clearly suffering from some PTSD. We find out that Helena and Farron didn't interact much in school, but they were sort of in an unspoken competition about who would get top marks every year. Although it mattered more for Helena because I think she low-key would get kicked out of school because she was like foreign and low-key there as a scholarship student. Part of why they didn't interact was because Farron was from what's called a guild family. Guilds are influential families that are often old money, and their opinions usually differ from those of the Holdfasts. They're even more conservative. They mostly sided with Moreau during the war, so they're doing pretty well right now. Farron's family is especially influential because a few generations ago they basically did the Industrial Revolution using steel resonance. Farron tries to read Helena's mind, but her vision goes red and she is splitting head pain. She basically almost passes out. Farron freaks out and yells at her to like get out of the room and is like mad that she doesn't go right away because she is on the floor still in pain. Apparently they have to go through this once a week or whatever, and they're both not super happy about that situation. Luckily there's like no other scenes of that. Helena worries that she maybe is being used to bait surviving resistance members and re-resolves herself that she is going to die by, quote, Farron's hand or her own. Helena is reading a paper someone left out to get a sense of what's going on in the world and finds an op-ed where the author suggests sponsored births as a solution to the dwindling alchemist population, an issue that was exacerbated by war casualties. Volunteers were wanted. Participants would be provided food and lodgings, and upon completion of the program, those with criminal convictions would be eligible for a retrial. So yeah, the Undying want to do a eugenics and get more desirable babies, aka babies with resonance, and are willing to give famine relief to those who participate, and all this sounds like something the New York Times would publish in their op-ed section, so that's great. Helena tries to explore the house again and runs into Farron. She admits that she's terrified of places she can't see, and he's like, you know, when I heard it was you I'd be getting, I was looking forward to breaking you. He shook his head. But I don't think it's possible to exceed what you've done to yourself. We also learned that Helena is sterilized. She would not have been allowed in Palladia without meeting this condition, as the priests, whose rank corresponds with bird names like Shrike and Falcon, didn't want her to pass her vivimancy down to descendants because, again, it's like seen as an abomination. We also find out that Farron killed Principate Apollo, which is like sort of taken from Harry Potter. In Harry Potter, Draco does kill Dumbledore, so yeah. Helena has a flashback, and it's a conversation with Luke over there. He's mad that she doesn't have more faith in him. He's like, what happened to us? And she's like, a war. And she's like, I said I'd do anything to protect you. Like, emphasis on anything, my guy. This scene is like straight up lifted from the fic. Helena tries to explore the house and makes it to the stairs down the hall before having a panic attack. It's nice that she is exposure therapying herself out of PTSD without the help of a therapist or medication. Speaking of medication, Farron gives her some tablets because he doesn't have time to handhold her through exploring the house. He's too busy going off and like mass executing people. The tablets make Helena feel numb, like she has no emotions. So I guess Palladia couldn't be bothered to make more effective anxiety meds. Helena finds an eye in the corner of her room encased in glass and realizes it's being used as a security camera, and also, like, that's why they were paying Grace a bunch of money for her eyes. Helena notices that Farron is very good at managing many necrothralls at once, which is like really unusual. Like his main maid, Davies, who's mostly like making sure Helena's doing good, or as good as possible, I guess, is pretty on it. So Helena, really normal thing to ask, I guess it's because she's on magical, really medication, is like, Farron, are you a homunculus? Which is a theoretical creature made up by the ancient alchemist Cetus. And it like uses the seed of a man and puts it in basically a gourd, and without the contamination of a woman's womb, it becomes the most powerful and perfect man ever. Farron is like, lol, no? But yeah, this is another example of Palladia's culture, which is very informed by the religion that Luke was pretty high up on, and it also is pretty sexist. Helena walks around the house while drugged and thinks about life. We learn that her parents were both in the medical field. Her mother was an apothecary and her father was a traditional surgeon, which just means that he was a surgeon that didn't use vimomancy or resonance. Such, quote, Helena had grown up surrounded by herbs and tinctures and medical procedures, and presumably antiseptics. She tried to bring this background into her work as a healer, but this high up priest guy, Falcon Matthias, I think was originally, the definitely not racistly named Kingsley Shacklebolt. Here's what he looks like now, I guess. Was like, no, that's an abomination. Also, if you're wondering why all of my new versions of people have really bad blonde hair, it's because apparently Palladians tend to have like blonde, wavy, or like curled in ringlets hair. And most of these people are just straight up not described that much. Like Falcon Matthias, no idea what he looks like. But I'm pretty sure he's supposed to be Kingsley Shacklebolt, so that's what y'all are getting. Helena, though, she wishes that she'd been allowed to explore how healing and science could work together, because then she maybe could have made some better anxiety medication. Helena has a seizure and Farron takes care of her, and then she has some bad dreams, but also remembers Luke promising to take her to cafes and stuff, which at least this isn't the love hypothesis where he isn't threatening to take her to Starbucks. Walking around the house, she runs into this guy, Eric Lancaster, who is also not on this board because I couldn't be bothered. He was also wandering around the house, and Helena realizes he was there for a solstice party that Aurelia was hosting. Helena kind of peeks into the main party room, and Farron and Aurelia kiss at midnight to celebrate the new year as cameras flashed. But he keeps eye contact with Helena the entire kiss. So yeah, I guess the kiss with Aurelia was all for show, and she's low-key getting cucked. Cameras are actually mentioned a few times in the text, as are printed photos in newspapers and tintypes. It's pretty well established and also like not terribly vague, which is how to actually integrate technology into a story like this. So it's not an anachronism for me. It doesn't come out of nowhere. After the kiss, in which, again, Aurelia is clearly getting cucked, some guy brings in a family of, like, a husband and a wife and their 3 kids, and he's like, these are the last in the line of an eternal flame noble family. They're, like, really distant relatives. Let's torture them for entertainment. And Farron is like, what if I actually just snap their necks with my bare hands? And, yeah, he does. And everyone is kind of bummed that there's going to be no torture, and they leave. Helena overhears that the reason Farron doesn't have an heir yet is because he refuses to sleep with Aurelia. She's not happy about the situation. Also, she's having an affair with Lancaster. Aurelia leaves, and Farron asks if anyone in the Eternal Flame even really cared about Helena, and Helena replies, "Having a Vivimancer as part of the Eternal Flame wasn't something everybody was going to be comfortable with, especially since I was foreign. It was too much for some people. I didn't have the same kinds of connections that others did. If there had been problems, it could have undermined Luke." And Farron's like, okay, cool, nice rationalizing, I guess. Helena has another dream flashback in which Lila talks about realizing that the hospitals, which is where Helena works, are like more difficult and disheartening than battles to see. Quote, "In the hospital, every battle looks like losing. All you see is the worst of it." It seems like this is an affirmation that Helena doesn't actually receive that often, so shout out Lila. Mandel is assassinated, dead, at a ceremony for unveiling a statue of Moreau, which shouldn't be possible since she's undying, which includes, again, being able to heal from any injury. Stroud comes to visit, which, like, again, I guess is because she has no life. And Helena realizes that she is not undying. Stroud gives Helena some mystery medication. Helena is forced to take it, whatever. Farron takes Helena to visit Moreau, who is like actively rotting. I actually have that on my picture. I did a really good job photoshopping it. Moreau is like, "The remaining eternal flame will come for her soon." He also thinks that Helena actually did the memory suppression herself and that she might be an Animencer. Farron tells Helena that she blew up a prison/human experimenting lab, which she's really confused by because she thought she hadn't been allowed to fight in the Resistance, just heal. After the Moreau visit, Helena not feeling too well and spends a few days in bed thinking. She figures out that Mandel isn't the first undying person to be killed and that they had been disappearing for a while now. She confronts Farron about all this and tells him her theory. The undying, when transferred into new bodies, get that body's resonance. For example, Farron's dad was an iron alchemist, but is in a pyromancy body and is pissed about it. Which I think we technically don't know that yet, but I just wanted to use it as an example because it's a good example. So Helena's theory is that Stroud's breeding program is selective because she's trying to control what resonance the babies are born with. Specifically, Stroud is trying to get an Animancer because something is wrong with Moreau and he's dying. To prolong his own life, he's sort of using the Undying as batteries to charge himself, and eventually because of that, they, run out of charge and die. So the twist in the original fic was that Voldemort is using the breeding program to distract from the fact that he's dying. But in the book, that becomes A, Moreau is dying and using the breeding program to produce the perfect new body to transfer to. B, he's pretending to gift his most loyal followers immortality, but that process allows him to actually slowly steal their life force, which is why they've been disappearing. And C, to defeat Moreau, all the Undying need to be killed. The Resistance had figured that out before the end of the war. I think this is an instance where Senlin Yu's story actually gains a lot from no longer being fic, because this twist makes way more sense than just breeding program distraction, which, was the deal in the fic. I was actually pretty pissed off by the book at this point because I found it really boring, but I was legitimately excited by this. Farron does confirm that Helena's theories are true. Aurelia has some friends over, and Lancaster and the other men talk about the breeding program at Command Central. It's pretty horrific. They're basically allowed to do whatever they want to the women. It sounds pretty Lancaster ends up in an area of the house alone with Helena, drugs her, and tries to sexually assault her, but Farron saves her. Farron then follows Lancaster to Central and brutally/very publicly murders him. Aurelia, not happy about that. She tries to pop out Helena's eye in revenge. Helena is clearly starting to have some Stockholm stuff here, at least that's what I thought at this point in the book, because she's like, Farron always comes for me. As in, he, comes to save her, get your mind out of the gutter. He does eventually, I guess, but first the literal house comes alive and physically restrains Aurelia. Then Farron arrives and helps Helena heal her eye via magic, because, like, she can't use her resonance because of the manacles, so she instructs him. It takes a while, but it works. Hooray, she gets to keep her eye, I guess. Blindness would have been too tragic. Also, I hope that you don't think that the house coming alive was too cool, because it never happened again. Sorry. Stroud comes to go check up on Helena and is like, surprise! I unsterilized you! You're gonna be enrolled in the breeding program now! So I guess you can take the Handmaid's Tale IP away from Senlin Yu, but you can't take the Handmaid's Tale concept out of Senlin Yu's stories. Stroud's motivations do make sense in a really dark way, because Moreau wants an Animancer baby to possess, and Helena is an Animancer, and, you know, that would be genetic. Stroud decides that Farron, also an Animancer, should be, I don't really know how to put this, but the father of the baby. He has 2 months to impregnate Helena, otherwise she'll be transferred to Central, which we know from previous conversations, of course, that would be really bad for her. So yeah, she and Farron have sort of been building this trust, but now he has to rape her a few times a week. I'm not gonna go into a lot of detail about the rape scenes. They're very, very intense. I was actually looking over my highlighted sections to write this script, and I physically could not reread some of them. You know, and that's on purpose on Senlin Yu's part. I've seen the take online that the book romanticizes rape, and I'm not generous in my critiques of this book. I have an anachronisms tier ranking system, but I actually don't think this book romanticizes rape. I do think it is sort of excused by the narrative, which I'll talk more about later. Even if Farron is being gentle, the scenes are written to be horrific, using Helena's extremely raw inner monologue. I think part of the issue here is that Alchemized is being marketed as a romantasy, but it actually wasn't originally meant to be marketed in that way. In a April 2025 Substack post, Senlin Yu is like talking about designing the cover of Alchemized. Font styles often come with particular genre expectations, and because Alchemized is a bit genre bending and unconventional, there seemed a risk of the book being mistaken for YA or romantasy. Later in the post, Senlin Yu described the book as a dark gothic fantasy. Also, I realized I should have said this earlier, but romantasy is like a combination of the genres romance and fantasy, and it's really popular right now. That said, I think the promotion of Alchemized really commands the whole thing. Actually, Alchemized came in number 2 in the romantasy genre of the Goodreads choice this year with over 86k votes. Helena does become pregnant due to the rape. Farron is worried that Helena will die during the pregnancy, as her health has already been really fragile. His own mother was really sickly and almost died while pregnant with him. Helena's days, quote, become ruled by the unending drip of saline and drugs inside a glass vial. One morning, Helena wakes up and she's starting to remember. Flashbacks are happening, quote, it was like falling. The past broke free, surging through her mind and swallowing her. Thus ends the first arc of the book. And 574 pages of flashback begin. As in Act 2 of the fic, the flashback chapters of Alchemized detail Helena's experience during the war. Our first scene involves Lila, who has gotten used to her new fancy metal prosthetic leg already. I did a great job photoshopping that in right here. We also officially meet Lila's Aunt Rhea, who had been an alchemist at the Institute, but retired to marry and have children because women can't have nice things in this book. We also learn that Helena had tried to heal Rhea's husband Titus. It did not go super well. He's been left with kind of like a mental disability, I would say. We're also celebrating the solstice right now, which is sort of replacement Christmas. And Helena tries to slip away because she's been kind of self-isolating lately. Luke, who, again, replacement Harry Potter, is like, why don't I see you anymore? And she's like, because you're doing battle and I'm doing hospital. We also hear Lila in the background telling the various children the story of Orion and how he won battles in the First Necromancy War. Some of the kids interrupt and are like, "That's not how my parents tell it." So we know Orion's story, which, is based in truth, is now heavily mythologized in this culture. Luke expresses doubt in his ability to lead/win the war, saying, "Everyone keeps saying we're almost there, and it has to get worse before it gets better, and it's a crucible, and I just have to prove true, but what if I can't? What if that's why things are like this?" Meanwhile, in the background, Lila is talking about holy flames burning up every Necrothrall, and Helena responds to Luke, "I don't believe in you because anyone ever said I should. I'm here because there's no one braver or kinder than you. You're all the good things that anyone ever hopes to be. We're not here because you tricked us. The reason we believe in you is because if you're not good enough, then no one is." As Helena leaves, she admits to herself that it seems that no amount of faith will overcome the ever-growing army of Necrothralls, but she has to keep plugging on because she promised she'd do anything for Luke. We are then launched into Helena's average day at the hospital. She has been on shift for between 24 and 48 hours straight. She's lost track of time. She's using her resonance to repair people's lungs, bones, and other organs, often at the same time. She has to move her fingers a lot, which appears to be causing some tendinitis. I really empathize with Helena because I developed tendinitis typing this goddamn summary. Helena douses her hands in antiseptic, which, supports my Purell theory, I guess, and notes that the hospital smells like lavender oil they disinfect with. What I will say is that, Senlin Yu is very good at describing gory stuff. This is actually one of my favorite parts of Senlin Yu's writing in both the fic and the book. They don't shy away from describing bloody and disgusting in detail, which I think adds to the raw horror of Alchemized. This, of course, furthers my point that this book should not have been marketed as romantasy because it's not romantasy, but nobody ever asks me these things. This lady, Matron Pace, is like, "Helena, you should be on break." Pace's replacement, Madame Pomfrey, who was the head of the Hogwarts Infirmary in Harry Potter and was the head of the hospital in Manacled. In Alchemized, Pace is a nurse, as women need alchemy certifications to qualify as a midwife, which is what she originally was before the national licensing laws. Instead of paying off some sleep debt, Helena heads to a council meeting, as they had requested a report from the hospital. At the council meeting, we are introduced to some very important characters. General Awthorne, who actually is not that important. Falcon Matthias, who, was again the not racistly named Kingsley Shacklebolt. We got Hilda Holdfast, who's sort of replacement McGonagall. I imagine her as the same but without the hat, and is also Luke's great aunt, and sort of is running things while he's away doing battle. We also have either Jan or Jan Crother. I'm gonna go with Jan because I think that's more fun. He is supposed to basically be replacement Mad-Eye Moody, I'm pretty sure. I think this because Moody and Shacklebolt were sort of the grittier heads of the Resistance in Manacled, and Crother has a paralyzed arm. Unlike Moody's magical eye in Harry Potter, Crother does not get any cool powers from the paralyzed arm. The council asks Helena what her initial casualty estimates are for this battle, and she's really high. Helena then proposes a solution, asking Resistance members if they'd be willing to donate their bodies after dying in combat to become Necrothralls. As I sort of mentioned earlier in this story, reanimation is seen by the Eternal Flame religion as an abomination. So the council, especially Bestie Matthias, accuses her of treason, and they're all your voice no longer recognized by the council. Ilva does state that she thinks Helena is hysterical and strikes the exchange from the record. I think this is a time that alchemized benefits from no longer having its Harry Potter serial numbers. As in Manacled, the tension between Hermione and the other Resistance members was that she thinks that they should be killing people, and they think that they should not be killing the wizard fascists. The conflict between Helena and the Eternal Flame and Alchemized makes a lot more sense to me. Also adding in that most of the Eternal Flame is from Palladia, where religion is much more prevalent and dogmatic. Like I said, Helena is from Itras, so she's foreign, and there the interpretations of the gods are like a lot more chill. If you're familiar with different sects of Christianity, I would say think of Palladians as like fundamentalist Christians and people from Helena's country as Unitarian Universalists. Ilva and Crowther pull Helena aside a few days later and are like, hey, remember Cain Farron? And Helena's like, yeah, he ripped Luke's dad's heart out when he was 16. And Ilva is like, yeah, right, so he agreed to become a spy for us. And Helena is like, why? He committed the first murder in this war? And Crowther is like, he says it's to avenge his mother. A strange motive, given that Enid Farron died peacefully in the family's city residence a year ago. When he was reminded of that, he admitted he has a few conditions for the services he's offering. So the first conditions are pretty normal, right? He wants a full pardon for his wartime activities. And then Crowther is like, oh yeah, also, he wants you, Marino, both now and after the war. Nobody is super clear about what that means, and nobody outright says it, but like low-key, they do all think this is a thing. So Helena's in shock, and Crowther guilts her by reminding her of her impassioned advocacy today that the Resistance do whatever is necessary to win this war without thought to personal cost. We thought you might be interested. Helena runs into Luke. Apparently they've won a battle and are on track to retake the ports, which is actually super important so they can get medical supplies like antiseptics and disinfectants, but hopefully they have enough lorries to carry all of that. Helena asks herself, but how could that battle be a victory when so many had died? In my notes, I wrote, God, this is annoying. Luke said they heard a rumor that if you ripped out the piece of Lumithium that powered the Necrothralls, it basically would deanimate them. The Resistance did this in the battle, worked really well. I think this information came from Farron to, prove that he was useful or whatever. Luke asks if Helena wants to come hang out with him and Lila and Soren, and Helena is like, no. There's no clear motivation as to why she never wants to hang out with her friends, to be honest. This comes across as Sun Lin Yu not wanting to bother writing scenes that develop Helena's relationships with people that are not her ops or Farron. This means that later when these friends die, readers don't really feel the gut punch they're supposed to, as we don't really have any reason to care about these characters because they're not Harry Potter from Harry Potter anymore. They're just some blonde guy. Helena is rooming with Lila, aka former Ginny, who's a pretty messy roommate. There was a pile of filthy clothes, fireproof amiantos under armor, and padding piled in one corner, while armor, weaponry, and holsters and harnesses were spread across Lila's unmade bed, as if she'd emptied her entire trunk getting dressed. Did you think I'd forgotten about everyone's favorite game? It's time for Alchemized Anachronisms! Earlier on in the story, an Eternal Flame Brazier is described as having a wick made of amiantos. I didn't really notice that, to be honest. However, I did notice when Lila is described as having fireproof amiantos under armor. Per Merriam-Webster, the word is Greek in origin and was likely first used before 1607. It translates to unpolluted and pure, definitions that are in line with how members of the Eternal Flame are perceived. But when you look up amiantos, the main thing that comes up is that it's the Spanish word for asbestos, and is the root of the English word asbestos. While the translation of pure might work when we're just considering flame wick, the other times it's used are to describe Under Armour again, 350, and as a type of fabric, 311, that is fireproof, a feature of asbestos that made it so popular in lots of materials in our world. All this considered, I believe that these characters are using asbestos fabric under their armor, which is fucking amazing. Like, who cares if you'll survive the war? You're all gonna have tiny holes in your lungs in a few years anyways. Can Helena use resonance to fix all those holes? This anachronism brought me so much joy. It easily is an S tier item for me. In addition to the existence of asbestos, Senlin Yu does some more world building through Helena's internal monologue. We learn that healing actually comes with a toll. That toll is called the toll. Basically, injuries that cheat death take vitality from the healer, so does reanimating the dead. If a healer uses too much of their vitality, their resonance will wither and fade, and they'll die. Healers don't know how much vitality they have left, which usually doesn't matter much because they're healing more minor injuries, but Helena is basically helping her patients cheat death every day, so there are more high stakes to her healing. This concept is something I actually really like because it helps show the exceptional and crushing weight that Helena is under, and also like it adds stakes to healing in this universe. Helena squeezes a super special sunstone amulet that Ilva gave her, and it cuts into her hand. This is supposed to symbolize that the eternal flame is hurting her well-being. Crother comes to talk to her about Farron. We learn that he hurt his arm in the Crusades. It's time for alchemized anachronisms! By now, hopefully, it's pretty clear that the religion of the eternal flame is based on fundamentalist Christianity. Senlin Yu grew up in a conservative Christian family/environment and wasn't allowed to read the Harry Potter books growing up. Their first exposure to the world of Harry Potter was actually through fanfiction. They read a lot of Hermione and eventually read the book as a young adult. In Alchemized, the Crusades are fought against necromancy in the surrounding countries. In our world, the Crusades took place over 1095 and 1291. They were carried out by Western European Christians on what is now North Africa and the Middle East. Part of their goal was to, quote, check the spread of Islam, to retake control of the Holy Land in the Eastern Mediterranean, to conquer pagan areas, and to recapture formerly Christian territories. Interestingly, Britannica also notes that the Crusades were, quote, seen by many of their participants as a means of redemption and expiation for sins, a vibe that I think is very in line with that of the Eternal Flame's beliefs. However, the Crusades were undeniably Christian. Crusaders literally wore crosses on their chests to represent the church. Crusaders in our world, that is, not in the world of Alchemized, at least I assume. By specifically using the term Crusades repeatedly in Alchemized, Senlin Yu not only relies on the reader's knowledge of real-world holy wars, but also implies the existence of both Christianity and therefore Jesus in Alchemized, which then really negates the whole Eternal Flame as an allegory for Christianity thing I mentioned earlier that actually is an element of the book I really like. If Christianity seems to exist, it's just not mentioned beyond the Crusades. Someone should have pointed this out, and I think they should have come up with a better term. Like I just said, holy war. A tier. Crother tells Helena he wants her to use Vivimancy to make Farron obsessed with her, thereby securing his loyalty through emotional attachment. Using Vivimancy in this way would ordinarily be very taboo, yet Crother is insisting that she do this. Senlin Yu is foreshadowing that there are leading members of the resistance that are willing to go even further than Helena to win the war, as long as that doesn't involve necromancy. Also, what Crother is suggesting is literally not possible. But he's a Karen and doesn't understand. Helena goes to meet Farron in a designated outpost shack, and he does make her swear to be his, now and after the war. Helena tells him that he can't do anything that would affect her work with the resistance. He's like, I won't touch you, yet. His eyes trailed lazily down. After all, I did specify willing, and you don't look very willing. Now, you must be like, wow, Alexei, he sort of values consent sometimes. That's cool. Oh, you sweet summer child. Because the next passage he says, I did have to give up some rather precious information to earn you. Surely I deserve something in return to warm my cold heart. Helena asks him what he wants and says she'll do anything he asks because, the resistance needs this f***ing information. He says, my gods, Marino, you are desperate. Well, since you're void of creativity when it comes to gratitude, kiss me like you mean it. Based on your performance, I'll decide how much information I feel inspired to part with. So actually, fun fact, that's coercion, and coerced consent doesn't count as consent. He kisses her, and she uses it as an opportunity to get a sense of his resonance, which she realizes feels wrong. He then gives her the info, as well as a silver ring. He also has one on and they use it to call each other. I think it's sort of like a pager. It burns on the finger of each person when one is calling the other. I don't know though, because I'm Gen Z and everything I know about pagers comes from Grey's Anatomy. Also, Farron's like, don't call me ever, I'll call you. Now get out. The next time she sees Farron, he backs her against a wall and tells her he could have killed her 50 times in this building alone, which would be sexy if it wasn't Farron, because right afterwards he puts his hand on her forehead and pushes his resonance into her brain, which is really painful to her. So yeah, Farron can use his resonance to read her mind. Animancy, baby. He's gonna teach her how to defend against animancers like him during their meetings. Helena tells Crother that Farron can read minds, and Crother has her removed from all meetings so she doesn't know where Luke is, ever. So she can't, I guess, accidentally give up information. People think it's because of her necromancy breakdown, and she becomes even more ostracized. Farron keeps teaching her how to deflect animancy. It gives her a headache, he gives her laudanum for the pain, so I guess he's starting to care. He then reveals when he was learning animancy defense, he would be tortured by this guy Bennett, who runs a torture human experimentation hospital called the Westport Lab. The torture training was because Farron's father gave up information about the Undying while being tortured, and Moreau wanted to make sure that Farron wouldn't make the same mistake. Ilva and Falcon Matthias come up to Helena in the hospital and say that Matthias had been divinely led to 4 girls, the 2 of them brought with them, and that these girls will train under Helena to be healers as well. Essentially, the message that the council is sending Helena is that she's really replaceable, and actually she's gonna have to train her replacements. Pace helps with basic medical training and tells everyone that every patient that is brought into the hospital has to be checked very thoroughly for signs of reanimation. Otherwise, they might be letting in a zombie spy. Helena's main role is now dealing with Farron. She's getting better at animancy and animancy defense, which is good, I guess. Back at the hospital, Pace shows Helena the hospital supply room, which is almost completely empty. They're particularly worried about the lack of sterile bandages, which could lead to life-threatening infections. For me, this actually raised some questions about the toll. If Helena is healing someone who is actively bleeding out from a neck wound, that definitely counts towards the toll. But couldn't a minor cut get majorly infected, which then would lead to death as well? Senlin Yu doesn't write that the toll only applies if a patient was, actively dying, just that it's the price for cheating death. And wouldn't the infection hypothetical count as cheating death? I like the concept of the toll because it, again, raises the stakes of healing, but the rules surrounding it are really confusing and kind of could have been built out more, I think. Helena gets a rare moment to hang out with Luke, and she helps him with pyromancy arrays, which are fire math equations. Crother calls her away, showing that Helena's new duties are pushing her even further away from her friendships. She goes to forage for plant medicines and sees Necrothals experimenting with creatures that are a horrific squished together combination of several animals. The Undying have created chimeras, which were previously believed to be another one of Sadis's myths. So yeah, I guess evil Frankenstein animal cruelty science is real in this book. Like, get alchemized PETA on the phone. One of the chimeras brutally rips apart a necrothrall on command. So like, these are gonna be a problem. Farron is mad that she's foraging by herself because she has minimal combat training and no weapons. He wants her to stop, but she agrees to training with him instead. Then, for some reason, he brings up that he mostly just sleeps with sex workers because there are clear professional lines. She's like, oh, do you just whine about your life to them? Do you pay them to listen to you whine about your life? And he's like, want to find out? And she's like, you won't. His expression hardened. She knew that she could goad him if she kept going. She'd finally get it over with, stop enduring Crowther and Ilva's search for signs that she'd been ravished or ravaged. Stop lying awake at night, cold with dread, wondering when it would finally happen. She kept talking. It would be too real for you, wouldn't it? If it was someone you knew. I think that's why you haven't. You're afraid I'll mess with those clear lines, so you're making up all these excuses about needing to train me. Farron then orders her to strip and says, it's been killing you, hasn't it? Wondering. You expected me to do this right off. The waiting, trying to guess when I might get around to it, that bothers you more than having to fuck me. Well, you have your wish. Take your clothes off, Marino. Then Helena's like, you don't even want me. It's the power that gets you off. And Farron's like, yeah, pretty much. Yeah. And then Helena's like, you think you're better than us because you're immortal, but you're dead inside already. Farron gets really mad. I guess this is meant to be building romantic tension, but like, it just feels like assault again. And if we have Kane assaulting Helena in both the present and flashbacks, his redemption is like not being built in a convincing way for me. But maybe I just don't understand straight relationships. Helena asks Ilva if she can have someone assigned to help her gather plants to supplement the hospital's supplies. Ilva refuses to assign anyone officially, as Helena is technically not supposed to be doing this foraging and could get in trouble if she's found out by Matthias, not clear why. Ilva suggests that she can assign Helena Shiseo as a partner, though. Shiseo is a refugee from the Eastern Empire and is a very educated metallurgist? Someone who can, like, manipulate metals. However, he's not allowed to work in the forge with the other metal manipulators because he's foreign, like Helena. Helena thinks that Farron is not, quote, violent and sadistic, so he's not like the other and dying. She replayed what she'd said, the shock on his face, as if he hadn't realized what he was like until she'd told him. He made her fear for her physical safety, she hurt his feelings. They're basically even. When Helena goes to the outpost next, she gets there before Farron. Farron arrives late because not only is he evil, he's also disrespectful. Helena apologizes for how she treated him the week before and says she'll do, quote, whatever he wants, unquote, to make it up for him. He says, when I specified willing... Oh, gotta do the voice. When I specified willing, that meant you were allowed to say no. Although, perhaps try saying it next time, instead of provoking me. The thing is, like, Farron hasn't shown Helena that she can say no to things / like withdraw consent, and she's not all that good at animancy yet, so I'm not surprised that she can't magically read his mind to know that. Farron teaches Helena the basics of using her new alchemy knife. I'm not super clear how this is different from a regular knife. Can alchemists not use chemitria, which is metal manipulation, on regular knives? Who's to say, but certainly not Senlin Yu. At their next meeting, Farron shows up injured. He lost an arm in a duel with a pyromancy captain because he had been given command of the pyromancy guy's district, and the guy wasn't super happy about that. Farron's arm is taking a while to regenerate because he has a lot of internal damage. Helena sneakily uses her resonance to help speed the healing along. She realizes that he's basically trapped in the body of a 16-year-old, and she tells him that she doesn't fancy boys. Remember that for later. She asks him if being made undying was punishment, for him at least, and he hints that the answer is yes. Helena struggles with her conflicting feelings on Farron. Lila interrupts her brooding. She says that both she and Luke have noticed that Helena has been very absent lately and that they're worried about her. Helena tells her that Matthias is trying to replace her with trainees. Lila validates that every battle looks like it's losing from the hospital, which is the scene we saw in the present that was like a flashback in the present. She's glad that Helena is getting some space from it all. Farron is teaching Helena how to fight, and as she dives out of the way, she breaks her hand. She tells him to stop, and instead, he chokes her out. So much for you're allowed to say no to things, I guess. She tells him that he can't hurt her hands. He says that she has to fight him off then. She can't, and he calls her pathetic. Very romantic. She tells him that this qualifies as interfering with my work. If you want to hurt me, her jaw trembled uncontrollably. It can't be my hands. Then she thinks to herself, quote, so much for claiming that she could say no to things. That's what I said, Helena. I was never convinced to be more understanding of Farron's actions in Act 1 via the vehicle of Act 2. This is why. Helena asks if she, quote, gets to know why he was acting this way and if it was something, quote, she did. He says, quote, you exist, Marino. I think that's enough. She then has to ask him to open the door for her to get out because he broke her fingers. Matron Pace helps Helena clean up and fixes her messed up wrists. Pace is worried because she sees the, grip mark bruises that Farron left. They're interrupted by this girly Purnell, who sends them both to Crother. Pace angrily asks Crother if Helena is being looked after. Crother is like, yeah, sure, whatever. Helena tells Pace she's not being forced to do anything she hasn't agreed to, and Pace asks, what have you ever said no to? You think a man like Crother hasn't noticed that? Crother then sends his young helper Ivy to help heal Helena. Ivy says that her sister likes Helena. Helena asks if her sister works in the hospital, and Crother tells Ivy to go away before they can get an answer. Helena has been instructed to go to a safe house the next time she's injured by Farron. Farron is late for their meeting the next week, and then Helena asks if they'll be training again this week, and he responds, no. I won't do that to you again. She, quote, knew better than to believe him now, as he'd redefine the terms of the deal every time it was convenient to him. I'm glad Senlin Yu has 641 pages to build up Helena's trust again, because it'll take all 641. Farron says he didn't mean to hurt Helena, and she says she always expected he would. He's mad at her about this, but he's still gonna teach her self-defense, but in a more chill way, I guess. Shiseo and Helena are brought a dead chimera to study. The animals it's made of would have been Vivmanced together while it was alive, as apparently for some reason you can't necromance dead animals. Helena once again thinks about how being an assistant is beneath Shiseo, and he tells her he was supposed to teach the Institute, but then the war started. Helena realizes that Ilva had guilted him into being an assistant, as Ilva had offered him asylum and then called in the debt that created. Helena then offers to let him use her lab for his own projects as well. Farron tells Helena that Moreau and the Undying are traveling to a different country, have Goss for a week, and that the Resistance should take advantage of this. The Resistance does, and takes a hospital/lab in the battle. They bring back lorries full of medical supplies, including real anesthetic and antiseptics, cases upon cases of opium resin, gauze, and fresh bandages. It's time for Alchemized Anachronisms. The use of opium to knock people out in a medical setting and manage pain has been established pretty thoroughly in the book, which is why it's not on the tier list. Senlin Yu integrated it into the alchemized world in a way that satisfied me specifically. Anesthetic, however, is listed separately from opium, and because I think there would be more mention of general anesthesia in the book, considering how often they mention surgery in the war chapters, I'm going to make the assumption that the anesthetic referred to in this passage is local. One of the first surgeries undergone, at least in the West, using local anesthetic was in 1884. The anesthetic used, partially because one Sigmund Freud had been experimenting with the substance for years, was cocaine. When combined with the fact that the other common form of pain relief in this novel is opium, another addictive plant derivative, the conclusion can be drawn that these anesthetics are cocaine. Because Sun Lin Yu doesn't give me any more information, that's the conclusion I'm gonna have to come to. I find this delightful. It is an S tier item for me. The lab/hospital that the Resistance had recaptured was not only experimenting on chimeras, but also humans. Sun Lin Yu does describe this in a lot of detail, but basically patients that are arriving are like hurt and dissected like beyond reason, and most of them are completely unsavable. The hospital is, quote, an unending nightmare, and when things calm down weeks later, more trainee healers are brought in. Quote, Crowther and Ilva somehow knew exactly who possessed the latent resonance for healing, even when the girls themselves did not. I think there's an interesting parallel here with the Resistance sacrificing young women to be healers. Remember, the toll will kill them a lot faster than they would die otherwise, and the Undying sacrificing young women to be slaves in Act 1. The book that inspired Manacled originally, even like pre The Handmaid's Tale, was about women in war and how their labor often goes really ignored. One of the more compelling elements of Alchemized is the way that Sun Lin Yu examines the different ways in which women are broken down, both before and after the war, as well as within the Resistance and Moreau's followers. Helena heads back to the outpost to check for messages from Farron. Once she finally gets the time, she finds him in pretty rough shape. He has the nerve to say she looks awful because he's a little bitch boy. He's been tortured because Moreau blames him for the Resistance being able to retake the ports, but also he still doesn't suspect that Farron is a spy, so that's good, I guess. Farron's like, I'm gonna head out. You're never gonna see me again, probably. He's like, wait, no, like, maybe I can heal you. And he's like, a medic can do fuck all. And she's like, well, I'm not a medic. She touched his cheek with her fingertips and didn't hide her resonance. She realizes that his body is basically dying over and over again. He calls her a conniving bitch for not telling him that she's a Vivimancer, which is crazy. Helena can tell the source of the problem is in his back. He takes his shirt off to reveal a pretty gnarly resonance array covering like the entirety of his back, and it has like lumithium alloy welded into the bone itself, which keeps the array active and makes it so he can't regenerate and heal. So Bennett, who remember ran the lab, did this experiment on Farron as punishment, and Moreau says that if he survives the punishment, he'll be forgiven. Helena can't heal him, but she can sort of contain the issue so that he doesn't die. She uses her resonance to manipulate his brain and locally block the pain, so I guess no cocaine for him. She does some preliminary healing and tells him that she'll make time to come and check his wounds every day. The next time she goes to see Farron, he's attempting to get drunk, which is really hard for him due to being undying. She realizes her amulet has been making her feel less tired, and just as she's gonna try to figure out how to use that to help Farron, she drops it. A liquid comes out that's kind of like Quicksilver, and she vivimances it into his back, which actually starts to fully heal him. Farron tells Helena that Moreau wants a really specific guard from Hepgos, but Farron is not sure why. Farron also reveals that he and the other Undying are bound to Moreau through bones. Moreau has one of Farron's bones in his right arm. It's called a phylactery. My beta reader, once again, thinks this term is referencing another D&D concept. Phylacteries are a container that holds a being's soul and is necessary to become a lich. Moreau can track down and kill Undying traitors through this phylactery binding, which is why Farron can't just run away. Helena hangs out in a rain garden and does a ritual from Etros where she stacks stones into a tower. Each stone is a prayer for a specific person. She assigns them to her friends and the Eternal Flame, then adds one for Farron. The tower almost topples, but doesn't. This scene is actually lifted from the fic, and I'm pretty sure the tower does fall, which is kind of funny because, like, either way, pretty much everyone dies, so doesn't matter. We also learn that the goddess Luna is considered really important in Etros. Luna did not merely rule the seas, she was also regarded as the patron goddess of protection and intercessor, a mother. In Palladia, Luna is regarded as like sort of conniving and evil and like the dark parts of Sol, the good main god, which is another example of Palladia's sexism. I think these different perceptions of Luna are also maybe supposed to be a metaphor for how Helena is perceived. Like, by the Eternal Flame, she's perceived as evil and like full of darkness and vivimancy. And then eventually, spoiler alert, all of that will be like valued by Farron. Farron's hair is beginning to turn white, which I think I have on here. Yeah, so I guess he's not an evil blonde in this universe. He's also been given a chimera as another test and tasked with taming it. Helena suggests making it loyal to him. He asks what to do if the monster can't be made loyal, and she basically says, kill it and make it look like an accident. I think this is supposed to be a metaphor for their relationship. He tells her not to die because he might miss her. The hospital gets a scout named Vanya in. Before officially admitting her, they have to search her for Lemmithium, but she's in a lot of pain. Luke tells her he's so sorry, which calms her down. Vanya had been experimented upon, and she's also been injected with metal. Helena can't fix her due to the amount of metal in Vanya's system and how it like interferes with her alchemy, and Vanya dies. Matthias orders Helena to do an autopsy on Vanya. Helena goes to make sure Farron is healing well, and he makes her fight necrothralls using vivimancy. She basically explodes them. He's really impressed. He tells her to go shower because she's like covered in necrothral guts. I guess like indoor plumbing exists in this gas lamp fantasy, but like actually so does electricity. I've seen no gas lamps in this gas lamp fantasy, but there is gas lighting. They drink together because they're always drinking alcohol in this book, and she tells him she hates him.
This war is your fault. Everyone who's died. It's on your head. And now, because of you, even when it's over, I'll still have nothing.
He says he's done worse than ruining her life. Then he's like, when did you find out you were a Vivimancer? She tells him she found out during the war when her father had been killed in a field hospital by the first necrothralls. Farron implies that using Vivimancy for healing isn't that useful, and she says,
you have no idea how hard it is to save someone, to fix all the ways the people like you break them.
She glares at him.
I hope someday you have to try.
So I guess that's foreshadowing, because he has to fix her in the present. Then she drunkenly thinks he's kind of hot, so much for not being attracted to boys, I guess. Helena tells the council that, per her examination, she thinks that the metal injected into Vanya was meant to suppress her resonance. Matthias says that because Helena is a Vivimancer, she should know exactly what Moreau's Vivimancers are trying to do. Luke tries to defend her, stating that she's a healer, not a knockoff Death Eater. Matthias asks if she performed a transmutational dissection on Vanya, and Helena is like, yeah, the council asked me to. Crother intervenes and comes up with some theories as to like why they're injecting metal. Crother tells Helena that Matthias wants to get rid of her and she needs to prove that she's useful. He then takes her to the Resistance prison and makes her heal the people that he and Ivy have been torturing. He tells her that she needs to work harder at enthralling Farron using Vivimancy, which again is not possible. Helena sees Luke and Lila sparring and thinks about how lonely she is, but she does not join them for some reason. Instead, she asks Farron if Moreau is experimenting with alchemy suppression. He says yes, but he doesn't know why. She asks if Moreau is looking for something called the Stone of the Heavens, which is apparently a mythical stone from Sol that grants immortality. Farron doesn't believe in Sol. I'm actually not super clear if the gods are real or not, because sometimes Helena says she doesn't believe in Sol or Luna. And I think the gods being real or not is low-key important to this story, so that would have been nice if it was clarified, Senlin Yu. The day comes to finally close up Farron's wounds, and Luke intercepts Helena as she's like trying to leave her lab. He's like, oh, like, cool, I didn't know you had a lab. But then he confronts her about how she wanted to use necromancy like 100 pages back. She realizes that Matthias wants to like drive a wedge between her and Luke, utilizing the implicit bias that these characters have against her because, again, Vivimancer, also a foreigner. Luke says he blames himself for them not hanging out more and asks if she wants to go to a party with him. She says she can't, but doesn't say it's because she's gonna go heal Farron because, like, nobody can know, I guess. Helena heals Farron and he persuades her to stay and drink with him because they're always getting drunk in this book. They get kind of tipsy and she tells him to call her Helena, so now they're both using each other's first names. I guess I'll switch to calling him Kane too. He says she's pretty, and then he says this line that's like low-key gotten famous for people that have read this book with love in their heart instead of hatred, like me.
You're like a rose in a graveyard. I wonder what you could have turned into without the war.
If a man said this to me, I might actually start laughing, but Helena thinks that's sweet, so whatever. Farron then asks to see her hair down. Helena's hair is very curly, as you can see here with my amazing Photoshop skills. Then he like touches her hair without asking and is like, it's so soft. Then he's like, if you don't want me to kiss you, you should say so now. And she doesn't say anything, so he takes this for enthusiastic consent and kisses her. They end up making out, but she thinks that he only wants her because he's drunk and feels really ashamed of herself because also there's like kind of a weird purity culture in Palladia. So she pulls away and he's like, you should leave. Helena, however, realizes that the checkpoints to get back into the city are closed, so she actually like can't. She starts crying and says, you know, she's just like really lonely. He doesn't even like her, but she still kissed him. She falls asleep on the couch with him. Then the next morning, she makes her way back to the city. She's like hella hungover and feeling sorry for herself because Kane basically seduced her. She runs into Soren and he says her hair looks prettier when she braids it and has it up. And then she's like, yes, it's best when I keep it braided. I hardly know what to do with myself when it's like this. So her friends in the Resistance want her like restrained and manageable. And also, like, I would argue less visibly non-Palladian. Well, Kane wants her to be her true self. He's so sweet. Purnell tells Helena to go meet Crother. He has her treat an aspirant, which I think is like a Moreau follower who wants to be Undying but isn't yet, whom Ivy had literally flayed using Vivimancy. Helena finishes healing up this guy, and then Crother and Ivy go back to torturing him. Helena wanders through the underground prison tunnels to, like, get out of torture basement, and then stumbles upon a room that has intricate murals on the walls, and she's like, oh, it looks almost like, quote, an abandoned church, unquote. This is the only time that the word church is used in the entire novel. The place Moreau is chilling in Act 1 is described as looking almost like an abandoned temple, and it also has like murals, so it's the same place. A church and a temple are very different. The word church has like always just been used for Christian stuff, whereas like a lot of other religions use the word temple. I originally like kind of felt like I was being nitpicky on this topic, but I really actually do think an editor should have pointed out that churches aren't an established part of the alchemized universe, so this is gonna be an A-tier anachronism for me. We find out that the guy being tortured is Lancaster, yes, the guy who tried to assault Helena in Act 1. Helena tells Ivy that she doesn't have to torture people to get information out of them, which leads to the funniest exchange in the whole novel.
You know, Helena couldn't help but say, there's other ways to get information out of people. You don't have to torture them.
Ivy looked up with her sharp eyes glittering.
I like hurting them. It's the best part of the job. The rest is boring. Oh.
Girl, what do you mean, oh? Ivy then asks if Vivimancy can get rid of memories and says her sister had actually lost her memories, but Pace is like, oh, they might come back someday. And Ivy doesn't want her sister to get her memories back because she doesn't want to disappoint her because, she's been torturing. The sister doesn't know that, I guess. Helena and Shiseo have been working on tonics to support Vivamancy's effects. They synthesized a glycoside from foxglove and extracted alkaloids from nightshade, working piece by piece. This proves that Senlin Yu can world build medicines that don't use anachronisms and do make in-universe sense. They just choose to focus on Farron being annoying instead of doing that consistently. Helena's also feeling butthurt because Elaine Boyle is now the favorite healer, even though Helena's still better at healing. Helena is exhausted from working in the hospital and runs into combat Necrothralls while going to hang with Farron. She knifes them and explodes one with her resonance, but they manage to stab her in the leg still. She makes it to the outpost and sits down, but can't heal herself because her resonance has been worn out from all the hospital healing. Farron asks her to teach him how to heal, which she does. So Farron heals her. Cool, I guess. The next time she sees Farron, they talk about the toll. The bit of world building that I think is super cool, though, does need to be developed a bit more. It puts stakes on Helena's job in an interesting way. Farron teaches Helena how to pull vitality out of others to heal her own vitality. Specifically, he has her pull the vitality reanimating Necrothralls out of said Necrothralls. So then this negates the main part of the world building that I actually liked in this book. The toll, forget about it, no longer matters. We find out that Helena was led to believe that her mother died because Helena used too much of her mother's vitality, in the womb. Basically, Vivimancers are, considered parasites by nature, and they will burn in Palladian hell if they don't give back every drop of vitality that they've taken. Farron then asks Helena if she's using her vitality to save anyone she's asked to as penance. I think the point of the conversation is that it's actually not possible that Helena being a Vivimancer is what eventually killed her mother. I don't know, though. I also think that this aspect of alchemized, Helena being taught by religious fanatics that something in her very nature is corrupt and must be masked and atoned for, lends itself to a really interesting reading of how queer people growing up in hyper-religious environments, particularly fundamentalist Christianity, are taught to feel about themselves. I wish this allegory was further explored by making literally any character in this text queer. Farron tells Helena to be careful and that he is going to teach her to fight, as Moreau has now ordered that all civilians should be killed on sight. They get into a fight about that. Who would have guessed? He sucks at teaching. Elaine does not receive any additional training, even though Ilva sort of implied that she would. Helena tries to take her forging. Elaine is mad because she's being overworked and is not an apothecary. Instead of unionizing, Elaine narcs on Helena. Matthias now knows about Helena's extrajudicial foraging and is mad about it. They also take away her lab and officially make it Shiseo's. She's basically doing the same amount of work and the same stuff as before, but it's for official reasons as Shiseo's assistant. The resistance gets ambushed and Lila gets taken captive, which Luke is tweaking out over. I guess the troops get her back and Helena heals her. We find out that Lila's roles and opportunities are usually reserved for sons, but she's really good at combat and went to the non-Christian crusades and stuff, so she gets to do that. Ilva is mad that Luke risked his and his unit's lives to get Lila back, so the council / Ilva make Luke swear that he'll be more impersonal with Lila. Crowther was also injured in the battle, and Helena chooses to heal his paralyzed arm along with the rest of him while he was unconscious. She regrets this because now he has 2 arms to do torturing with. Shiseo figures out that the metal injected into Vanya is from the Eastern Empire. It's a rare metal called Mo Lianxi, which makes things inert. The metal is also super secret, so we know that Shiseo must have been sort of higher up in the Eastern Empire to know about it. Helena has to do manual surgery, again, normal surgery, on Kane the next time she sees him, as he got stabbed with Mo Lianxi, and it's causing him to not heal. He wakes up and says he was stabbed by Bennett as an experiment. Kane tells Helena about how Moreau exploited existing tensions between the Guild and the Holdfast to get the Guild on his side as opposed to the Holdfasts. He also says that Luke is not as loyal to her as she is to him, and asks how Luke would feel if he knew that she had let his father's killer buy her like a whore. Romantic. Ylva reveals that Cain was meant to die from the array on his back, and they had little use for him at this point. Helena tells Ylva, in turn, that she broke the Sunstone amulet to heal Farron. Ylva is not happy. See, here's the drama, here's the tea. Before the First Necromancer War, Palladia had been called Rivertide. The story goes that there was a plague in Rivertide that led to mass death, and the first necromancer being able to use those bodies to attack. However, what actually happened was that the necromancer knew the people of Rivertide had high alchemical potential. He convinced people that he was a god and eventually led them underground, claiming that he was able to give them eternal life. Instead, he bound their souls together, and Ylva says,
synthesized into this substance, he used it, the power, to reanimate them all.
So essentially, the amulet Helena had was actually the Sunstone, which was real, clearly. But the Sunstone was not from Soul. It was made of all those souls that the necromancers stole.
When Orion fought the necromancer, the souls were still conscious, aware of the betrayal exacted upon them, that the gift of immortality came at the price of eternal enslavement. During the battle, the necromancer's control slipped, and the stone turned on him. There was a light as bright as the sun. It filled the valley, destroying the necromancer and all the necrothralls in a wave of fire. When it was over, Orion and his followers were all that remained. If the truth of the stone's nature were known, Orion feared that others might be inspired to rediscover the methods, and so, when those who'd witnessed the battle called the stone a gift from Soul,
SOL,
Orion had no choice but to let them believe it.
So basically, every time the Eternal Flame is like, Orion won by sacrificing a lot and being blessed by Soul because of that, we should never use necromancy because he didn't need to. They actually don't know what they're talking about because Orion literally did use necromancy-related magic to win the war. This twist was like not in the fic and goes crazy, okay? Helena tells Ylva that Orion should have told the truth, and what Ylva, is doing is hurting Luke. Luke thinks he's earning a miracle like Orion, but there never was a miracle to be earned. Ylva says she's doing what she has to do, then tells Helena to kill Cain as he's a threat to Luke. She thinks he will do more good dead, as it would destabilize Moreau's regime because he's now like pretty high up in it. Helena argues for his life, and Ylva accuses her of choosing Cain over Luke and the vows she made. Ylva tells Helena that she has 1 month to present Cain
on his knees, crawling, willing to do anything.
Then she can basically keep him. Helena goes to a solstice party hosted by Luke, which it's a Christmas party, guys. She runs into Penny, who tells her that the war is almost over because their souls have been purified through suffering. Penny says that Helena must not know that they're winning the war because she's not at the front. She's in the hospital. Then she says she's sorry for implying that Helena's soul was not pure, which she never did. And also says that Helena and her necromancy proposal were a final test for us, which is wild and highlights how deep the prejudice against Vivimancers is in Palladia. Lila takes a picture of her, Luke, and Soren. Yes, this is important. Luke tries to make post-war plans with Helena, but she refuses to live as a prop in this Ylva's deceit, and tells him that she's no longer his friend, and that version of her died in a field hospital 6 years ago, when her dad died. She tells Luke to let her go. He refuses. She's like, if I was ever your friend, let me go now. Helena wants to be let go so she can like run to the outpost. She gets there. She thinks that maybe she should have jumped off the bridge on the way there, which is wild. She then tells Cain she cares about him and tells him not to die. He promises to do his best. She thinks that
Cain wasn't innocent, but he wouldn't deserve what would happen to him if he were caught.
He's basically second in command of an army that has been described as willing to commit genocide if it wasn't such a waste of resources, but yeah, sure, he doesn't deserve whatever horrible fate Bennett is cooking for him if he fails again. Farron trains Helena in knife fighting. She eventually pins him and then they kiss. Don't worry though, it's not a sweet kiss or anything. It's born of rage, despair, and a desire so hot it threatened to burn her into oblivion. She's realized that Farron is now obsessed with her, but she also, actually cares for him, which is low-key a problem. Then they have sex. In an AMA about Manicold, Senlin Yu said they didn't want to write Hermione and Draco's first time together to be immediately like in tune with each other and like perfect, because that would be unrealistic. In both Manicold and Alchemized, this scene is Hermione slash Helena's first time having sex like ever, and Farron just goes for it, man. We know by this point, because of the assault scenes in Act 1, that alchemized lube exists, but he doesn't use it in this scene, which is consensual, and it's physically painful for her, so that's great. But don't worry, she's glad because certain things were meant to hurt. She feels really guilty because she feels like she's like leading him towards his doom or something, and also Palladia is just like weird about sex. Helena lay still, the weight of his body against her, suddenly aware of the cold radiating from the floor, the dirt and gravel and rough cloths that bit against her skin, rubbing it raw. The only thing she could think of was how relieved she was that it was over before anything else had happened. Even whores were not so low as to find pleasure in their work the way she nearly had. What pleasure? There's a single line in the sex scene that's like, and suddenly it wasn't merely a pleasure he was taking in her, which I guess is supposed to mean that she's also aroused, but also like he's the only one that orgasms. So I'm confused, and he should be ashamed of that fact. Cain notices that there is blood smeared on the top of her inner thigh. He freaks out because she was a virgin, and he says, I would have been gentler if I had known. A couple of things are happening here that are wrong. The misconception generally is that people with vaginas bleed after penetrative sex, like the first time they have it, due to the hymen, which is a membrane that like sort of arches over the vaginal opening, being broken. However, the hymen can actually be broken in a lot of different ways, like riding a horse or an injury. Additionally, some people just bleed really easily. I know people that have had penetrative sex like plenty of times, and they just tend to bleed after, no matter what, even if their partner is gentle and uses lube, which Cain did not. So Helena bleeding after sex doesn't necessarily mean that she was a virgin. However, the fact that this is how Cain treats a sexual partner he hasn't had sex with before is like honestly kind of disturbing. It's just really rude. Then he tells her, well, you seem pleased to have finally whored yourself. Like, is any of this supposed to make us like him? Like many men after bad sex, Cain starts telling Helena about his mommy issues. So Cain was actually forced to become undying because Moreau was torturing his mother. See, as we sort of discussed earlier, Cain's dad had snitched big time during an interrogation, and now as punishment, I guess, Cain has to do anything Moreau wants or like see his mother suffer. Even though his mom, Enid, is like eventually freed, her heart gave out from the stress of it all. So yeah, that's why Cain wants revenge. Nobody knows all this except Moreau, Cain, and Helena. She tells him she's sorry, as if he didn't literally just call her a whore. She thinks that Cain is now fully human to her. She's peeled back his little like onion layers and found him to be carrying a broken heart, and she can use that fact. So to recap, they have terrible sex. Cain calls her a whore. Cain then cries about his mommy. Helena then vows to exploit his vulnerabilities. Girl boss. Helena decides to tell Cain about her deal with Ilva. Cain seems to accept that they're just gonna kill him, but he asks what will happen to Helena once he's gone. She says she hadn't thought that far ahead and jokes that they'll offer her to the next spy. When Cain asks for a serious answer, she says, I promised I was yours. You made me swear it. I didn't make plans. And that she's basically worn out and isn't looking forward to anything after the war. Cain decides he'll do whatever Ilva and Crowther asks because he wants to protect her. The Resistance was doing well at war for like a while, but now they're taking losses again. After a battle, Soren and Lila get brought in critical condition, and Luke is missing. Elaine struggles to heal them. Lila has somehow absorbed Molianshi, which they are now calling Nullium. Helena and Pace have to do manual surgery to get the Nullium out, otherwise they won't be able to use resonance to heal Lila's other injuries. They put Lila under general anesthesia to do this. Who knows if that's opium or something else. Matthias says that the unit losing Luke is Lila's fault because she's a girl and girls can't be paladins. Soren has been injured extensively and has lost an eye. The thing that caused the chaos in the battle was an explosion, and most of Luke's unit died. So we know that Moreau's followers are now making bombs. The Undying have not announced that they have Luke as prisoner or that they've straight up killed him, which is confusing to everyone. Ilva tells Helena to tell Kane that intel on where Luke is now top priority, and that if he has an opportunity to get Luke back to the Resistance, he needs to do it, which Helena knows could result in his death. Helena tries to talk to Kane about their kiss and ensuing terrible sex, and Kane gets pissed off because she's made him care about her, and compares the situation to how his mother was used by Moreau to control him. He's like,
"But you will do anything to save the people you feel responsible for. Of course you'd weaponize your guilt in order to use mine. I'm sure there's something poetic in it all, but right now, all I feel is a new set of manacles."
I know Senlin Yu thought they ate with that manacled reference right there. Soren has decided to lead a secret mission to rescue Luke and wants Helena to come as a healer just in case Luke is super injured. Everyone's like, are we sure we want to bring her? She literally can't fight. But we, the audience, know that she can. The people going on the mission are the 2 remaining members of Luke's unit, Alistair and Penny, Sebastian, and Purnell. I'm just going to call this group the Gang to make life easier and add a bit of whimsy to this funeral dirge of a story. Purnell is buddies with Crother and has gotten her hands on some information on how to get into the prison they think Luke is being held in. Also, Purnell's first name is Sophia. Yes, that's important. Helena thinks that Crother is a shadowy mastermind puppet mastering this whole thing behind Ilva's back, but she doesn't say anything about that. Helena runs back to her lab and tells Shiseo to give Kane a note she wrote, which presumably has their plan on it. And before they leave, Soren, who I don't know if I mentioned, but obviously is also coming on the mission, asks Helena to do whatever it takes to save Luke. He gives Helena permission to reanimate him and use his body as a necrothrall if he is killed. The gang sneaks into enemy territory, and Helena thinks it's going suspiciously well. They start going through the cells, but the block is completely empty. They run into an old man that doesn't appear to speak much Palladian, who says he knows where Luke is, but they have to rescue him as well if he's gonna help them. He says his name is Wagner, and Helena remembers that's the name Crother and Ivy tortured out of Lancaster, so she convinces the gang to take the guy with them. They finally run into a guard. It's an undying, reanimated corpse, whatever, and the spirit possessing it is Atreus, aka Luke's father. I think this is a plot twist that he's still alive. They also run into some doctors who are medically torturing Luke. They inject him with epinephrine and, I don't know, some other stuff like steroids probably. He wakes up. Helena is basically dragging him to the exit. Her, Kane pager ring keeps burning, so he's basically spamming that call button, but she's ignoring it. Luke keeps trying to fight to help them. Sophia starts having a PTSD flashback. Things are chaotic. Also, Luke, doesn't have any resonance right now because of the Nullium. This guy, Blackthorn, finds them and has chimeras and necrothralls attack them. They're in an area that's kind of a sewer, sort of. It's how they snuck in, but it's tunnels and there's water. Wagner pushes Sophia in front of some necrothralls. She falls into the water and she drowns. Blackthorn hits Soren with an axe and Soren falls into the water. Luke drags him out for Helena to heal and then he runs off to cover her, but it's too late, guys. Soren dying. He dies, and Helena reanimates him like he, requested. Necrothrall Soren goes off to fight. Helena and Blackthorn start to fight themselves, but she doesn't have, Vivimancy element of surprise. He already knows that she's a Vivimancer, so he can, block her easier. He also appears to, threaten to Philly sidecar her stab wounds, and, if you don't know what I'm talking about there, look it up. Double dare ya. Kane shows up in a helmet, so he's like sort of in disguise, and then he kills everyone. He almost kills the gang, but Helena is like, babe, stop, this isn't you, and forces him to like help them all escape. Kane heals Helena with her help, of course, because otherwise he's incapable. He doesn't understand why they went on this mission to save Luke. Helena tells Kane that he could have been a healer because he's good at it. Kane tells Helena to remind the Eternal Flame that his continued cooperation hinges on them keeping her alive and safe. Helena thinks that this concern, this obsession with her preservation, wasn't about her at all. It was about his mother, Enid Farron, and his failure to save her. And like, guys, I don't have time to phone Freud on that one. We already called him in about the history of Coke earlier. Sorry, somebody else is gonna have to examine that one. Kane somehow like picks up on this, whatever, and tells her that his feelings have nothing to do with his weird relationship with the memory of his dead mom. He also tells Helena that she's not expendable and that he's continuing to be a spy in exchange for her safety. Helena and Kane kiss, and they've been having a pretty long romantic moment over there, and they're like 4 people they still need to get out of enemy territory. I guess those people are passed out, which is why they can make out. Anyways, Kane tells her to use the ring to call him anytime, which remember earlier he was like, don't call me ever. So he's into her now, but she like is considering herself a prison to him. So she doesn't like say, oh yeah, I'll do that. Melodramatic if you ask me, but whatever. Anyways, the gang finds their way back using one of the few things in their soaked kits that still works. Electric torches. Can you guess what time it is? It's time for alchemized anachronisms. Alright, anachronism time. Because Senlin Yu seems medically unable to stop using Britishisms like Lori, I think it's safe to assume that by torch, Senlin Yu does mean flashlight. Electricity is mentioned a few times, but I guess electric torches would probably need batteries and like plastic and that kind of thing. I'm just feeling really upset that we haven't had any gas lamps at all. It's really making me very sad. Like, it makes sense for electric torches, aka flashlights, because I'm a red-blooded American, to exist, so I do think I'm just being petty. But I am sad. Sebastian wakes up and says he knows Helena reanimated Soren and figures that's why Soren actually brought Helena on the mission so that she could do that, just in case. He tells Alistair and the others that Soren was killed in combat, though, to, like, keep Helena's cover. Luke having fevers, okay? Helena wakes him up, but he won't stop screaming, so she, like, knocks him back out. They somehow make it back to HQ. Helena is freaking out that Soren is dead, but Elaine interrupts said freakout and is like, y'all, Luke's organs are, like, poisoned? Help? Because she's not actually that good of a healer, guys. Luke is muttering nonsense like, out and inside. Helena presses her hand up against his forehead, and she has one of her pain readouts that she, like, sort of was having in Act 1 and starts to panic again. Luke becomes lucid and accuses her of using necromancy on Soren, which, like, to be fair, she did do, and she apologizes, but he kicks her out of the room. Helena thinks that she will be put on trial by the Eternal Flame for doing a necromancy, but Ylva tells her that the others were like, no, what is Luke talking about? Soren died protecting us. Helena would never. So Ylva is kind of spinning the story as like Luke is Delulu. So we're gonna just take the rest of the gang's word. Helena is starting to experience memories of what Soren went through as a necrothrall, and it's not fun for her. She decides to go to Kane for help since he's like a necrothrall pro over there. He takes her over to his chimera, who he was able to tame. She's my favorite character, by the way. It can fly, so yeah, they fly over to his little apartment in enemy territory. And she tells him she doesn't always want to be alone. And he's like, you don't have to be alone. Helena kisses him. It's a lot more gentle than their first time. She tells him that this is how she wanted their first kiss to be, as well as like their first time doing it. He says he's sorry that it wasn't that way. Then they have sex. It sounds slightly more fun than the first time. I don't know. They then fall asleep together and she wakes up in his arms. The next morning, she's like, I shouldn't have come here. And he's like, it's okay. You just f***ed me because I was available. I won't let this complicate things for you. But the issue is that he's like not just a random available person to her. She really cares about him. He figures that out and he's like, you're mine. And they have sex again. Helena tells Kane that his father is still alive. He's just, been reincarnated. And Farron is like, why didn't he come back for me and my mummy? Kane and Helena get into an argument again. And Kane apologizes again. He says he thought if he was cruel enough to her, she'd give up on trying to care about him, but she was too stubborn, and this man pisses me off. Kane tells Helena that his chimera's name is Amaris, again, my favorite character. Most chimeras died pretty quickly after being created because they're like really badly transmuted together. However, Kane had been continually healing Amaris, which is like actually how he got a lot of his healing practice in. This made her a lot chiller because she like wasn't in constant pain, although she kind of is only chill around him and Helena. She's still pretty vicious around anybody else. So Helena gets back to HQ. Crother is refusing to use the arm that Helena healed. He's doing this because she's a necromancer now, so his arm must be evil. Remember, Eternal Flame really like to deprive themselves. It's part of their religion. Crother is mad that Helena went on the Luke rescue mission, which actually like confuses Helena. She still thinks that Crother was kind of like puppet mastering the mission. Before we can get more clarification, Ivy Purnell bursts in and is like, where's my sister Sophia? Crother makes Helena tell Ivy that Sophia is dead. Ivy is pissed at Crother because he promised Sophia would be safe if Ivy worked for him. They get into a physical fight, so Crother is beating up a child. Crother says Sophia's death is Ivy's fault because Ivy told her like about the tunnels that the gang used to, break into enemy territory. He then literally kicks Ivy out, and then he's like, yeah, I'm gonna kill that kid because, her sister was, like, the only thing keeping her in check. And Helena, like, you're the only thing keeping Kane in check, so just think about that. Crother brings Helena to see Wagner. Wagner uses a translator guy named Houghton to tell them that Moreau was in charge of a prison unit in Hevgos, where Wagner was a guard. Also, Hevgos uses prisoners as, like, unpaid labor. It's just like the US for real. So the wardens were like worried about the prisoners banding together and doing a prison riot, so they engineered divisions through like arbitrary privileges and punishments. Then Moreau used the prisoners as like an alchemy array. Helena figures out that Moreau is using the Undying as a power source because of Wagner's account of these early experiments, so now Helena from the past knows like pretty much the same info as Helena from the present. Ivy escaped before Crother could kill her. Ylva, Althorn, and Crother go to interrogate Wagner again, but he's been hacked to death, and there are 2 reanimated corpses next to him, and also Wagner's hacked up flesh has been arranged to spell Crother next. Ivy, that goes hard. I'm low-key proud of you. Luke is still in the hospital and not doing great. Elaine is the only healer allowed to work on him. Helena goes to visit Penny in the hospital, who has had to have her leg amputated. We learned that people can only get fancy prosthetics like Lila's if they have like resonance to make it work. So I guess nobody has bothered to figure out how to make good prosthetics in addition to the anxiety medication thing. Penny and Alistair tell Helena that there's currently a tribunal being held against Lila as the council thinks that she compromised Luke's safety. They're replacing her with Sebastian and stripping her of her paladin primary rank. Lila still doesn't have her resonance. Helena and Cecile are analyzing Nillium to try to figure out why. Elena has been made lead healer and is personally attending to Luke, which Helena is a bit jealous of. The apothecary work she's been doing behind the scenes is really an integral part of the hospital, so she's still doing all the work and not getting any credit for it. The next time Helena sees Kane, he offers to help her escape Palladia, but she says no. Helena tells Kane that killing the Undying will weaken Moreau. That would mean killing Kane though, so Helena is like, there has to be another way. She notes that Cain is really possessive and compares him to a dragon. In my notes, I wrote, "Write a monster fucker romance, you coward." And I think I stand by that. Cain and Helena start going to Cain's apartment instead of the outpost house. They use a Mars to fly there, my favorite character. They hang out often, and by hang out, I do mean have sex. Cain tells Helena that even after Moreau stopped torturing his mother, she would have fits, basically PTSD flashbacks. This is, something Helena also experiences in the present. So we also learned that Cain tried to escape with his mom, but Moreau killed her before he could leave, and also he couldn't leave by that point anyways because he was bound to Moreau through the phylactery. Helena tells him that she's not his mother, and I don't like that she had to clarify that one. Yeah. Lila gets her resonance back eventually. Luke is still not consistently lucid. Shisio and Helena work on making nullium suppressant cuffs. I'm really not clear as to why they're doing this, minus it being like a big reveal that the manacles that are binding Helena in the present are something that she helped invent during the war. Nullium is causing soldier recovery to slow, which is making the resistance troops shortage issue even worse. Luke appears to have recovered and delivers a rousing speech, then goes back to leading war stuff. Lila tells Helena that she's pregnant with Luke's child. It's sort of hinted that Luke and Lila are seeing each other on the DL, but I think I picked up on that because I knew they were Harry and Ginny originally, and those two date in Harry Potter. I don't know if people that don't necessarily know that Luke is Harry and Lila is Ginny would pick up on the cues. So then I'm like, is them dating supposed to be a twist? Also, I feel like Luke and Lila are sibling names. If somebody introduced you to two white blonde people who I think also both have green eyes, would you assume that they were siblings or dating? I don't like that that's a question I have to ask either. Anyways, Helena does the math and is like, "You mean you think you're pregnant? You can't know you're pregnant yet. You're not far enough along." And Lila's like, "No, Helena, I know I'm pregnant." And Helena's like, "Wait, you're a Vivamancer?" And Lila is like, "Yeah." Helena says that she can use Vivamancy to do an abortion, but Lila says she doesn't want an abortion and she wants Helena to cover for her so she can hide out and tell Luke and everyone about the pregnancy when she's ready, and she's sure it's viable. The rationale is that if the pregnancy doesn't stick, she'll just return to fighting. Sure. Luke is gonna leave combat to take over leadership from Ilva because she's hella old, right? Lila has been asked to step down as Paladin Primary because, she put Luke in danger. If she does, she'll be the first woman to be put in command of her own unit as sort of a consolation prize. But her reputation / legacy would already be really tainted. So I think she's also low-key trying to hide from that decision by hiding her pregnancy, but I don't know. Also, Lila makes Helena promise not to tell Luke about the pregnancy because it would distract him. Helena pretends that Lila is highly contagious and has a case of bog cough, so she has to be quarantined. Helena borrows a book on pregnancy from Pace, and Pace teases her haha, you think you're pregnant? Then she tells Pace no, I've been sterilized, and Pace is horrified. Pace then figures out that Lila is pregnant, and she's like, "You've got this, Helena. You're gonna be a great midwife." The Resistance manages to capture a prison warden that they call the Warden. Do you remember who that is? Where'd she go? I forgot she was dead in the present. Anyways, it's Mandel. But she's no longer up here because she died in the present, and I can't find her. But Helena is pissed that the Warden is a woman, so I guess she's sexist now? We learned that there aren't a lot of female undying because Moreau is really sexist as well. Mandel calls Helena a traitor for being a Vivamancer that works for the Resistance. Helena uses Animancy to get more information from Mandel, who tells her what the stasis tanks they found in the captured hospital are for. They're the stasis tanks that Helena was found in the beginning of the book. I guess all this sort of explains why Mandel hates Helena so much and why she chose to hide her as a form of torture, but also I still don't really think it's enough to justify all that. The Resistance is spread then with all the new territory they've won, another bomb goes off, and the injured resistance members that arrive in the hospital are covered in nullium dust. Helena is like, we gotta keep the bomb victims out of the hospital ward and also seal up the windows and stuff. And Elaine is useless and is like, why? And Helena is like, if we breathe in this dust, we'll lose our residents too? Girl, are you stupid? Helena is dispatched to field hospitals to treat the wounded. She is confused because she's not supposed to leave HQ per Kane's cooperation conditions, but the guy who tells her to go has like a letter signed by Falcon Matthias, so she has to go. In the field hospital, she runs into Althorn, who tells her, like, dude, go back to HQ. Helena refuses to leave, so she helps Althorn move the bodies to make them less accessible to be turned into necrothralls. They try to take as many dead bodies, but also alive people, back to HQ as possible. So they put the dead bodies, like, on the bottom of the lorries and the alive people on the tops, which has gotta be really freaky. Because that's like injured people. You're sitting on a bed of dead bodies and you're injured? No. There's like nullium dust everywhere, by the way, while all this is happening. Helena can barely see. Two lorries then get into an accident. They like collide, and Helena is injured in the ensuing explosion because everything is exploding now. Due to the extent of her injuries, she knows she would need several surgeons trained in manual surgery to survive, and she's not high enough up on the resistance ladder to qualify for that. Helena realizes that she's dying, and she also thinks that she can't let the necrothralls get to the people that like survived but are still in the hospital because they'll be tortured. So she takes a scalpel and is ready to literally kill the survivors, like mercy kill them, but then she passes out after a necrothral attacks her. This scene is like probably my favorite in the entire book. I think it's described like sensory wise really, really well. Like just the dust being so thick in the air, I think is really, I don't know, just really interesting imagery and written really well. I also think the sort of panic and confusion in everybody's dialogue is very, very clear. I don't like this book. I didn't like the fic. I felt like gross reading the whole thing. I don't understand why people would read it for fun, but Senlin Yu is, I will give them, a really, really good writer. Kane actually comes and saves Helena while she's been passed out. She wakes up in his apartment. He's like, you should care more about what happens to you, because if you die, I'll raise the entire order of the Eternal Flame to the ground. He does make the point that he's like making this whole raising to the ground thing a promise because it'll at least make her take her life more seriously if she thinks that like the Eternal Flame is relying on her living. But it's also still pretty clear that like Kane doesn't actually have any morals, just Helena, and I think that's okay in a lot of romances. But this is a war, guys. I don't think that's romantic. Then Helena is like, do I have to kill him if he's a risk to the Eternal Flame? Because she like doesn't want to risk what he'd do if she dies. But then they kiss, and she knows he's like begging her to live. She says she's sorry that she like did this to him. She's said stuff like this a few times, and I think she's apologizing for making him fall in love with her. I might be unobservant. I just don't think it's actually super clear in the text though. It feels pretty silly and overdramatic though. Like maybe I'd believe it more if she felt guilty specifically about forcing him into a position of servitude to the Eternal Flame, which is like similar to the situation she's in, but that's not what she's saying. There's never like actually a clear reason, you know? Helena asks if Kane killed the medics that were like also on the scene to keep his identity secret. He says no. She says she doesn't want him to kill for her. He says that he already does to protect her, but she shouldn't feel guilty. She responds,
"This is all my fault though. I did this to you. I made you like this. Someone should regret that. And you can't. But if I do, maybe that will be enough to make you stop someday."
Once again, I'm really confused because is the idea he'd like stop being undying without her? Because he's still undying and working as a spy to protect her from the weird Eternal Flame internal politics, right? Which means he has to kill people for the undying to stay undercover and like keep protecting her. So I guess he's like killing for her every day in that sense. But, like, you know, he's still making that choice, and I really just, I'm never convinced that it's all somehow completely her fault. And it really does feel like this female character having to take moral responsibility for a male character's evil actions, which is like not very feminist. Sorry, Senlin Yu. But like, I guess the only way he could have left the Undying would be if she let him die from the back injury thing. So is she saying she wishes that she had let him die so he wouldn't like be like this? I just need someone who enjoys heterosexual romance books to please explain this to me. Farron had healed Helena, but she's been like passed out for 4 days. Also, she inhaled a lot of Nellium dust, so she like won't have any resonance until it's out of her system. Because of this, she's like healing really slowly, and oh no, she'll scar. She also realizes that like when she was fighting some Necrothralls after the whole like explosion things, she used obsidian to like completely cut their reanimation. We find out that the staff at Farron's house are all reanimated Necrothralls that were like originally his servants pre-war. This includes the maid taking care of Helena, Davies. We met her in Act 1. I've been thinking, like, do we think that he paid his servants, like, fair wages when they were alive? And, like, he's certainly not paying them now, which feels a little weird. We also get some more lore about Sadis and his confusing writings that span, like, an unrealistic amount of time. The theory just generally is that Sadis isn't actually real, and it's just, like, a bunch of alchemists who used that as, like, a pen name to kind of bring together a bunch of different writing over the centuries. Helena, finally healed, she goes on and on about how her scars are ugly and she's embarrassed of them, and she admires how Lila can wear her scars with pride, but she can't do that. And as someone who like tends to keloid and very visibly scar, like you can literally see that right there, and that was done by like a really good surgeon. I don't know, that's like my genetics, I guess. All the people I know who have really visible scars just like don't care as much about it as Helena does. I guess if you like live in a society with magic healing where visible scar tissue is rare, you'd probably have more complicated feeling towards it. I just like think that people who don't have visible scars are like really scared of them, and that's kind of funny and also like probably linked to ableism in a lot of ways. Kane does not kiss her scars. Is this even originally fan fiction? Like, do heterofic writers not have scar kissing as a norm, a convention? What is wrong with you people? They have sex. She realizes that she loves him, doesn't say it though. She goes back to HQ. It's been like a month, so she's listed amongst the dead. Pace is happy she's alive at least. Althorn is dead. We also find out that Ilva is dead. She died of heart failure. Luke is really upset, of course, and Lila is upset both that Luke is upset and that, you know, her best friend is dead. Best friend being Helena, who's, you know, not dead. Pace says that Lila's pregnancy is going well, though. Helena tells Crowther that Moreau is using the Undying as battery and that she's figured out how to trap vitality in obsidian, which is how she killed a Necrothrall. Helena also offers to help Crowther with his fucked up extrajudicial activities. In exchange, she wants to have final sign-off on all orders given to Kane, which would like help keep him safe. Helena's new job is basically working hospice and capturing the residents of patients in Obsidian when they die. She feels like even more emotionally worse than when she worked in the hospital. Things really can only ever go downhill for Helena. Kane tells Helena that all Undying had been recalled from the battlefield due to the obsidian situation that's happening. Crowther is having Helena use animancy to interrogate prisoners. She thinks that this is better than torture, but also she sometimes pushes their brains too far and 2 of her subjects die. However, she realizes that she could use her new animancy skills to fully heal Titus Bayard, the guy related to Lila and Soren who has a mental disability due to injury. Helena basically learned that the mind has pathways it follows, and she might be able to manipulate those pathways to heal his brain. This, of course, explains how she knew how to give herself such complex amnesia. Rhea, again their aunt, is going to let Helena heal Titus, but Luke walks in and reminds them that Helena used necromancy on Soren, which convinces Rhea to reconsider and decline the offer. She actually says, "I think we'll pass," That's a direct quote, which isn't technically an anachronism, but that's such a modern term. I was like, why would you say it like that? Helena walks onto the roof to meet Luke, who is smoking opium. She is horrified by this, even though, like, these people are drinking all the time. He tells her to go away. She says she won't. Luke looks exhausted and asks, "What happened to us, Hel?" She realizes that Luke doesn't want to be friends again. This is just the opium talking. She responds, "A war." Again, this scene is lifted from the fic, and like also was a flashback in Act 1. But in the fic, Harry is smoking a cigarette instead of opium, and Hermione isn't like super disturbed by that. Not sure why we can have opium and coca in this book, but not tobacco. I'm also kind of confused why she's so horrified that he's smoking opium, when again, like, she and Kane drink all the time, and they also keep using it for pain management in the hospital. Like, I think that at one point they mentioned that she tries not to give that to Luke because, like, it's so addictive, but does that mean that nobody cares that, like, all of the underlings are, getting an addictive substance? I feel like there's gonna be, like, an opioid epidemic and an asbestos exposure public health crisis once the war ends. Helena tells Luke that they have to keep fighting, do whatever it takes, because the stakes are too high to lose. I don't really understand what the stakes are, though. It's not super clear what Moreau actually wants to do if the Undying win the war. And like we've seen how the Eternal Flame treats Helena, a huge problem I had in the fic was that Senlin Yu was trying to make the Resistance seem like just as bad as the Death Eaters, even though like we know the Death Eaters' goal is to enslave muggles and kill non-purebloods and that kind of thing. So in the fic, even if I think the like, well, both sides are bad argument is BS, I still understand more like why Hermione sticks with the Resistance. I think Alchemist benefits from having a bad side that's not Nazi coded because it truly allows us to see that no side in war is completely good. However, Senlin Yu like didn't bother to explain the actual stakes of the war to us in this flashback. Like, Helena doesn't know yet that there will be a breeding program or a famine in the present. I guess she's staying with the Resistance because she believes in Luke, but we hardly ever see them interact, so that doesn't really feel like a strong enough reason. Anyways, Luke says that they need to keep believing that good will triumph over evil, and that's how they'll win. Helena asks if things are really that simple and reminds Luke that victors write the history and will likely write themselves as good. Helena begs Luke to let her help him, I guess be his doctor again. He flinches away. She says she promised to do anything for him and is like, "I guess you didn't consider how far I was willing to go." And he's like, "Girl, don't make this my fault. I didn't ask you to reanimate somebody." Which, like, honestly is fair. He doesn't know that the Orion story is a lie because nobody will tell him. Kane went on like a diplomatic meeting to Hevgos for the Undying. When he gets back, he's mad that Helena made that deal with Crother. Whatever, they're always arguing about something. Hevgos is going to give more soldiers to Moreau because the Undying are actually like struggling a bit due to the whole like being able to kill Necrothralls with obsidian. The council wants to hit the Undying hard before the Hevgos troops get in and potentially want to negotiate with the neighboring country of Novus. They try to get Luke to go to Novus because he's like really good at negotiations and he is their leader, but he refuses because he's worried it will look like he's fleeing. Helena asks if she and Shiseo can work on making a Nullium bomb for the Resistance. Crother's like, yeah, sure, go for it. We know that Helena does know like some theory behind pyromancy because she used to help Luke study, which is how she like knows the basics on how to build a bomb. They're also going to put obsidian in the bomb as well. She tells Kane about the plan and tells him that he should like be as far away from the explosion as possible because they don't really know what the effects of the Nullium X obsidian will be on like the air and stuff. Helena's taking stock of medical supplies and most of the epinephrine shots are out. There's a lot of other supplies that are missing too. She writes Elaine a note about this because Elaine is in charge, but hasn't really been keeping records of where all this is going. Helena tells Kane that they're all hoping that the bomb attack will defeat the Undying and end the war. He's gonna help place the bomb, by the way. But yeah, they're hoping it'll kill Moreau, and they plan to run away together if they both survive. Helena goes to visit Lila while Shiso is delivering the bomb. Lila is now visibly pregnant, the baby is kicking, whatever. She's gonna name him Apollo after Luke's dad and call him Paul for short. Low-key, that is kind of cute though. Lila asks if Helena wants to have kids one day. She doesn't know that Helena, can't have kids, biologically at least. Helena says no, because she doesn't want to explain the whole situation to Lila. Lila says she might change her mind one day if she finds the right guy, which is, not weird and conservative sounding at all. Lila also tells her that Luke knows about the pregnancy, actually. He'd broken in through her window pretty early on in the, fake quarantine. He encouraged her to continue to keep the pregnancy a secret because, if people knew that she was carrying the, heir to Palladia, they would make her go to Novus. Helena is pretty confused about why Luke is fine with her taking care of his partner and unborn child, but didn't let her heal Titus, so she decides to go find him to ask. Elaine doesn't want to let Helena see Luke. She's the one that's been giving him all of these drugs, it turns out. She's been combining them in ways they really should not be combined. Helena is who approved this? And Elaine is well, I'm his doctor, so it's bombing day, but the time that the explosion should have gone off has come and gone, and there's, nothing has happened. Helena's worried that she built something wrong or Kane got caught planting it, but it does go off eventually and her ring burns, meaning Kane is fine. We can all dream that he was blown up, but alas. Pace gives her a hug, which is nice. She tells Helena that Luke is having brain fevers and that
sometimes they're so severe that he still grows delirious, clawing at his skin. Won't let any men in the room, even Sebastian, screaming things like, "Get him out!" Elaine has to sedate him until they pass or he'll injure himself.
Pace thinks that this is due to remaining nellium in his brain. Helena asks what the opium is for, and Pace says it's to help prevent the brain fevers, as the fevers are what bring on the nerves and the panic and that kind of thing.
Helena says, "That's just masking the symptoms. That's not fixing anything. You should have told me what was going on."
Can you be normal about mental health management? Challenge failed. Literally, it's anxiety tablets all over again. Pace says that there isn't an underlying cause for the symptoms, it's, just in his mind. Pace also points out that Helena doesn't have any experience with brain fevers, but remember, when Helena goes too far with animancy prisoners, this causes brain fevers. Additionally, she's heard people screaming things like, "Get him out!" and hurt themselves before, namely her father when he'd been necrothralled. She realizes that Luke might have a lich talisman, but they wouldn't be able to detect it if it was coated in lumithium. So the Undying didn't kill Luke and let the Resistance rescue him because they'd already made him into a lich. The Eternal Flame's leader is a spy. Helena wants to tell all this to Crother, but people in the war room tell her he actually disappeared the night before. Uh-oh. She then tries to figure out where Luke's battalion is, sees it on a map, grabs her weapons, and goes off to find him. She tells Shiso to evacuate because she knows something is about to go really wrong. In the field, a commander says Luke is out fighting, and Helena says she'll work in the field hospital until Luke comes back. Things seem to be going well for the Resistance in the battle. People are already calling it the miracle they've been waiting for. The commander of the field hospital radios to ask if they should get closer to the battle. No response. A medical lorry departs for HQ, doesn't return. Then the lorry driver stumbles back into the field hospital and is the Undying have taken HQ. All of the guards around are disguised liches. Things are bad. Sebastian and Luke finally get to the field hospital. Luke doesn't want to talk to Helena, but she lies and says there's a problem with Lila, so Luke agrees to talk to her. Helena says she didn't realize Luke knew about Lila's baby in front of Sebastian. Sebastian is what? There's a baby? Helena then asks Luke why he's letting her care for Lila but not heal Titus. Luke says it's because Lila can protect herself. Helena realizes that the real Luke would never say something like that. Helena points out that Luke didn't want Lila to go back into battle after she had her leg amputated, but is somehow fine with her and his unborn child being in an active war zone. She points out that right this minute he knows that HQ has been captured. He has every reason to believe that Lila is being held prisoner, but instead he's standing there yapping with Helena. And Sebastian is "What have you done?" And Helena is "Who are you?" And Luke's expression immediately changes. He's Y'all are stupid. I thought you would have realized this by now. Luke's body is being used by Satis, who it turns out is both real and Orion's brother. Also, Satis is like older than Palladia. I'm just gonna quote why he can possess Luke without a talisman, because there's actually no talisman. I'm too lazy to summarize this, so yeah.
My brother and I were born entwined. We entered the world as one when we slid from our mother's womb. We'd sucked her dry from within. The fires of her pyre licked across our skin, branding us from birth. Cursed children, they called us, when they called us anything at all. Our shared blood has endured for centuries, and now we're one again, as we always should have been.
Satis can possess Luke without a talisman because Luke's related to Orion, and Satis and Orion were twins, and this is like essentially making their souls whole again. Also, I feel like the Cursed Children is like a Cursed Child reference, which is the sequel play to Harry Potter, which kind of, is annoying. I'll put it out there. We then get more backstory. Orion and Satis were originally really close, but Orion was more charismatic than Satis. So Satis often got overlooked, which made him resentful. When Orion found out that Satis was getting a lot of power through necromancy, he was pissed. So Satis started the cult in Rivertide, made the stone that Helena used to heal Cain. Helena asks him why he's back and working with Moreau, and Satis is like, oh, I'm also Moreau, BTW.
A piece of him, I should say. When young Luke so boldly surrendered himself, I was curious how alike we were. I had lived for so long now, and he was so fresh. I bound a piece of my soul to my bone and placed it inside him. I'd hoped he would accept me, hoped that we could be one as my brother and I should have been, but he's as self-righteous as Orion. It's fortunate that Healer Doyle is so eager to please. She keeps him sedated for me.
So this twist that like Satis is Moreau and is possessing Luke wasn't in the fic, right? And at first I was really excited about it. And I will say that rereading the book, like, there are a lot of hints that this is something that's happening. That's why I, like, included a lot of details that probably seemed a little random in the summary. It is clearly well thought out and established in a way that a good twist should be. However, the mechanics of how Satis is possessing Luke and also Moreau are just, like, Horcruxes in Harry Potter. Basically, in Harry Potter, Voldemort put pieces of his soul into a bunch of objects, and in the last few books of Harry Potter, Harry and the gang are trying to like hunt down and destroy the Horcruxes so that they can kill Voldemort. Actually, now that I think about it, the Undying are also basically Horcruxes. And for me, this is kind of disappointing. Even if the Horcruxes weren't really used as a plot device in Manacled, the only reason that this plot twist exists, in my opinion, is because it's really heavily inspired by something that's a big deal in Harry Potter, whether San Lin Yu meant it to be or not. And though San Lin Yu is no longer bound by the Harry Potter world, I think often in a really good way, it's something that can never truly be wiped away from this story, which is too bad. Satis / Moreau's motivation is that he wants to erase Orion's legacy. It's still not clear why he chose now to do this, which is why he didn't want Lila to go to Novus. He wants that baby, guys. He wants that baby. Satis kills Sebastian, but while he's distracted doing that, Helena uses animancy to like call Luke back to the forefront of the body's mind, I guess. Satis tells Helena that Luke was an animancer. Sure, whatever. Helena promises to give Satis more information about the obsidian weapons she's been making if he lets her talk to Luke. Satis tries to trick her by like pretending to be Luke, and she's like, I'm not that stupid. I know that's you pretending. So then, Satis does actually let Luke talk. Luke says that Satis is the one that killed Ilva. Luke asks Helena not to tell Lila that he was possessed for much of her pregnancy. Helena says that she could heal Luke, but he stabs himself, I think hoping it'll kill Satis. And then he tells Helena that he died months ago. There's barely any of him left. He has Helena reanimate Sebastian and help him up so that Helena can leave without suspicion. They go around the corner and Luke's body dies. Helena goes to save Lila, but Cain finds her and knocks her out. Helena comes to, then she tells Cain about the Moreau-Satis situation, and Cain is like, this whole war was just two brothers fighting over who gets to play God. you think you're picking a side, and you're just on the opposite end of the same fucking coin. This again goes back to an issue I was talking about earlier. It really seems like the war has no point, which, like, maybe the bleakness of that implication is the point, but I think this, like, two sides of the same coin and the whole war being, like, two brothers, you know, struggling about who gets to play God would hit harder if the evil side clearly had abhorrent values, so then sticking with the also pretty bad status quo was something that seemed better. And then, like, if you found out, like, oh, the good side is also just in this for selfishness, that would have been like a gut punch, I feel like. I guess if Senlin you did that though, maybe Kane's actions would be like more completely irredeemable because, you know, the Undying would be like too evil. And also, if both sides are bad and Helena is also doing bad things in service of her side, then, like, maybe she and Kane are more on a similar level? I don't know. Kane tells Helena he wants her to leave Palladia, and she refuses to leave without Lila. Helena realizes that Kane has kept her knocked out for several days instead of like a couple hours, because he knows she would have tried to continue to fight the Undying, which, you know, would result in them killing her. Kane does manage to break Lila out of the torture hospital, but he has to blow his cover in doing so because he has to like sign in or something weird and admin-y like that. Moreau is already looking for a spy, so like they would notice. He can't escape with her and Lila, of course, because of the whole phylactery thing. So basically Kane is gonna die horribly and Helena can't have that. So then she tries to get Kane to help her help him kill Moreau, and he's like, I never cared about the Eternal Flames mission. Just you. So he like doesn't care about killing Moreau at this point. Helena then demands to speak to Shiseo as well. She says that she wants to teach Shiseo about how to use the obsidian she still has before leaving. Kane comes back with Shiseo, and Helena tells Kane to like take Lila to safety on Amaris because they're gonna have to take 2 trips because there's so many of them, and then to like come back for her. Shiseo asks why she needed him, and she's like, oh, I don't. I need to distract Farron so I can build a bomb and destroy the lab, and then destroy any records of him being there. She asks Shiseo to help her build the bomb. He does. Before she leaves, he asks if she'll be back and says that he's not in the habit of holding on to things because he had to flee the Eastern Empire because his half-brother is the emperor who, like, saw him as a threat and wanted him killed. And that's why he knows about the Molianshi, the Nullium. Shiseo says he should be the one to plant the bombs, because then he could like tell the Undying who his brother was if he gets caught, which would give him a better chance of survival. But Helena says she wants to use necromancy, so Shiseo can't go. What I will say is this does explain how Shiseo was able to join the Undying side instead of just getting killed after being captured. Helena is unable to sneak into the lab. Ilva and Crowther have been necrothralified. She runs into Ivy, who's like, oh, sick, you got out. I hoped you would. And Helena's like, what did you do? And Ivy's like, so the necromancer promised to like bring my sister Sophia back to life if I helped him. So like Ivy is the one that let the Undying into HQ and gave them all this valuable information so that they would win the war. Helena tries to tell Ivy that Sophia is like dead, and Ivy's in denial, says all the people in HQ would have died anyways, and she leaves. Helena uses a necrothrall to help her plant the bombs, and then has them pull the pins at the same time after she leaves the building. There's a second explosion that wasn't planned though, so she gets thrown off her feet and injured. She tries to get up because she like promised she'd be waiting for Kane, but she can't mind over matter her way out of this one, I guess. So she tries injecting herself with steroids that she brought with her in case this would happen. She does still get overpowered by some necrothralls who are being commanded by Lancaster and a lich using Althorn's body. Althorn Lich says Lancaster can have Helena after they're done interrogating her about who blew up the lab. She gets away from Lancaster and starts to fight Lich Althorn, only to realize that the Lich is actually Kane's dad, which then causes her to hesitate and allows them to knock her out. She wakes up in a hanging cage with Pace. I'm imagining it like a bird cage, although like, I don't really know. But Titus is eating Rhea's skin, which goes hard. There are pieces of meat hanging everywhere, okay? Moreau has Luke's reanimated body bow to him and beg for immortality, then is dramatically like, you're unworthy, and like kills him. We know he's basically a meat puppet already. but everybody else doesn't know that. And then he's like, store the body, we'll never cremate him, which, like, according to the Eternal Flame religion would, like, mean his soul would never get to go to Eternal Flame heaven, I guess. Moreau is sorting through prisoners, which is really funny that he's doing that himself. He doesn't have a freaking secretary doing that. Anyways, he's marking the numbers on their shackles into his files. But anytime we're doing a numbers on a wrist thing, which I think that the numbers on the shackles count as a sort of, like, this feels inappropriately close to the Holocaust. Which, like, at one point, Senlin Yu responded to a Tumblr ask on, like, criticism of Manacled by saying, quote, yeah, they pop up on my For You page every once in a while, and I check to see if any of the criticisms are valid, because admittedly, it is an imperfect story, and I know that, and am willing to acknowledge it to anyone with constructive criticism, but normally they miss the whole point of the entire story, so I don't take them very seriously. Apparently, I'm a privileged white woman appropriating the trauma of POC, which is funny to hear as a POC. And also, the things I'm being accused of appropriating aren't even the right historical events, but it seems like World War II is the only war they ever learned about in school. So I will talk about the first half of this post, but I want to talk about the World War II thing here real quick. I do actually have a lot of issues with the ways in which World War II and the Holocaust are taught in the US school system. My high school really did not teach it well at all. It actually low-key traumatized me as one of the only Jewish students in my school, the way they taught it. But after learning about the Holocaust, we then did a research project on another ongoing genocide or another genocide in the past. This was almost 10 years ago at this point, but my memory was it wasn't like a let's compare this genocide to the Holocaust type of project. It was about teaching us to recognize stages and patterns of genocide in different countries and different contexts. I'm sure Sarah Hurwitz would not have been happy with the project. And I wish more kids got that opportunity because we need to learn other countries, including the US, commit atrocities. That said, Senlin Yu was referencing criticism of Manacled, and Manacled exists in the Harry Potter universe where Death Eaters are Nazi-coded, although apparently J.K. Rowling didn't know she was Nazi-coding them, which is a little funny to me. So if you're Senlin Yu and you're writing your Harry Potter fanfiction and it has a doctor conducting experiments on hospital patients, people are going to read him as an analog to Nazi officer Joseph Mengele, I don't care if I'm saying that wrong, who basically did the same thing in concentration camps. And when you're trying to make the side with fantasy Joseph Mengele seem just as bad as your resistance side and romanticize a Draco that's on Team Nazi, even as a double agent, people are going to be pissed and say what you're writing is appropriative, even if that's not your intent. Now, I think that Senlin Yu's Undying and Alchemized don't read as Nazi-coded, partially because their actions actually are often pretty similar to those of the Eternal Flames, and the Eternal Flame is pretty clearly an analog to fundamentalist Christianity. However, I think maybe we don't need a numbers on wrists moment, even if the numbers are on manacles and not tattoos. But I also might be extra sensitive to this right now because my family is making me watch Stranger Things, and they really could have chosen anywhere else for that 11 tattoo. Back to the continuing post-war horrors, Pace and Helena are told that because Helena is very injured, she's going to go in the Cull group, which basically means they're going to kill her. Pace is also in that same cage, so bye-bye Pace. However, Helena is pulled out at the last minute by Mandel. Mandel says that she had hoped she'd find Helena, and Helena does note that she smelled sharp and acrid, like formaldehyde. Formaldehyde breath, aka Mandel, says she's gonna have Bennett experiment on Helena, but a guard tells Mandel that Bennett was killed in the lab explosion. Mandel says she'll put Helena in a stasis tank instead, and eventually conscious jump into her body. She then uses her resonance to cause Helena pain. A guard tries to interrupt Mandel and say Helena is supposed to be interrogated, but Mandel is like, no, Helena's under my jurisdiction right now. Helena is worried that she might still be tortured and animancy could be used, which would once again blow Kane's cover. She decides to transmute her own brain and give herself amnesia to protect him, as she couldn't confess to something she couldn't remember. Mandel tells Helena that she's not going to put her into a coma, which like normally is what you would do in a stasis tank. So she'll basically be stuck, unable to move in the dark with barely enough oxygen, getting shocked every so often so that her muscles don't die. In the tank, her ring keeps burning. She realizes Kane is looking for her. He'd come for her. He always did. But she could not think about that. She starts to manipulate her mind to forget him. She counted. She made routines. She tried not to remember. If Kane found her, he'd understand. She could wait. Hold on. You promised you wouldn't break. Alrighty, guys. I had to wait like 2 days to go back to filming, but we are so back. And we are on Act 3. So, we're back to the present. Consciousness splitting Helena's mind open. She comes to, she's sort of confused and between times for a moment. At first, she's happy that Kane's alive, but then she remembers that he's the High Reeve, and that even if she now remembers who Kane was to her, he still hurt her physically, mentally, and raped her. And also, mass executes people on the daily now that the war is over. She's still his prisoner. Helena realizes that Kane killed Mandel with obsidian. Helena asks Kane why he killed Lila. Remember, Grace told her that Lila was one of the first people used as a necrothrall. Kane tells her that he actually faked Lila's death, and she and her son Paul are just safe and hidden in another country. Helena tries to tell Kane what she remembers about him, but trying to remember too much too quickly causes her splitting pain in her head. She has a seizure. Kane tells Helena that she's been subconsciously maintaining her sort of reworked brain, and now that she's pregnant, the toll of using resonance for both brain transmutation and gestating a baby was too much. So she's been in a coma for a week, sort of like remembering, right? But also she can't remember too much too quickly because it gives her a headache. Girl, same. She's freaking out, but just being close to him, her body intuitively calmed, even though she remembered so vividly all the ways he'd hurt her inside this cold prison of a house. I'm not going to accuse Senlin Yu of not understanding how trauma is processed, because that's not a very nice thing to speculate on, and I don't know their life. However, do I think that Senlin Yu is purposefully ignoring how trauma is processed to continue the romance between Kane and Helena is, as I wrote in my notes, stupid? Yes. Yes, I do. Like, now that she has all her memories, she's able to girl boss her way out of the trauma she suffered due to him literally raping her? Okay, sure. Helena thinks about asking why Kane didn't save her, like when she was in the Matrix vat, and why he hurt and raped her during her amnesia era. Instead, she just asks why he killed everyone. I personally might also be stupid, but I don't understand what she means by everyone. I know he, like, killed Lila, but did he kill Luke? No. Does she mean other resistance members he killed? Like, what? He says he killed everyone because he was trying to find her. He details literally every place he checked. It takes a while, and says that he'd volunteered to track down anyone missing because he thought eventually something would lead to you, Helena. He reasons that he had to bring these would-be escapees back, otherwise he'd be considered bad at his job and reassigned. Kane says that the room they're in is safe, but Moreau is spying on the rest of the house. Helena thinks, like, oh, wait, all of this time he was performing for Moreau's eyes. Does that mean that anything that passed between them had been real? What do you mean, quote, what had been real? Did he really hate you? Clearly not. She's exhausted and wants to sleep, but she's also worried that if she does, the kind, loving Kane with her right now will be replaced with Farron, whom she considers a monster and hates. Helena, remaining afraid that Kane will become cold towards her again and withhold affection, continues until almost the end of the book, and that fear is often realized. Allegedly, he's emotionally callous towards her sometimes to, like, protect her, And I think one could argue that his episodes of keeping her at a distance are due to his own PTSD. But Senlin Yu apparently does not know how to write PTSD consistently, so I can't give Cain this benefit of the doubt because he's not shown by the narrative to deserve it. But, quote, try as she might, the two, Cain and Farron, were categorically separate in her mind. They are not separate people, which is why I will just continue referring to Cain as Cain. I am not going to indulge in this delusion. I guess his episodes of withholding kindness are fine because it's Farron who's doing it. Helena remembers that transference, which is what Moreau is trying to do via the Handmaid's Tale. I'm sorry, repopulation program was originally her idea, and that the manacles she co-invented were conveyed to Moreau by Shisio. I do not remember her inventing transference, but apparently that's how she wanted to heal Titus Bayard. Also, she'd forgotten, quote, all her anger, her capacity to be monstrous when amnesia'd. She thinks that this monstrous version of her was the person Cain was trying to rescue, but the only thing left of her is a shadow. But what does it say about her perception of Cain that she thinks he was trying to save what she considers to be the worst version of her? And what does it say about Cain? It says that he sucks. This is confirmed when he comes back and he's cold towards her, and she thinks that he's mad at her. Cain is mad at her because she blew up the lab to keep his cover and was caught once again, proving he sucks. Cain says he plans for Helena to escape to Lila in the south during the summer abeyance, which I think is like the summer solstice. He's going to do this with the help of Shiseo, who is a double agent. Cain then plans to wait until Moreau is even weaker than he currently is and kill him. Remember, Moreau actively rotting. Yeah, he's not doing too great. Good for him. Then Helena is mad that Cain is buried. He says he didn't have a choice because the guild and Moreau commanded it. I'm noticing the pattern that Cain seems to think he doesn't have a choice in a lot of things. Helena asks if Cain will, join them in the south once Moreau is dead, and he's like, if that's what you want. But she thinks it felt like a lie. Helena continues to remember, but at this point, she's remembering tricking Cain into falling in love with her. We, the readers, already, got to that point in the flashback chapters, though, which I think is supposed to confirm that she doesn't actually remember everything that we read in the flashback chapters yet. But to me, this doesn't make a lot of sense because those chapters were supposed to be from her perspective. The structure of this book, flashback-wise, is, not great in my opinion because it's so long you forget everything that happened before it. When the book was fan fiction, Senlin Yu was able to put a summary of all the pre-flashback chapters in the author's note at the top of the post-flashback chapter, but they're not able to do that anymore because this is a real book, which is an example of the fact that there are some formatting and world building issues that this book can't overcome because it used to be fan fiction. Helena is wandering around the house and runs into Cain. He's in the library and expects that she'll want to go in because she likes to read, but she refuses as it's too dark, and the combo of that and the ceiling might cause her a fit, which would not be good for the baby. She says she knows it's illogical to be scared of the dark and that she's trying, which I assume means trying to get over her stasis tank-induced PTSD, because again, Senlin Yu is still insisting that's how recovery works. Cain offers to walk Helena back to her room, but she says she doesn't need him to. She tells him to be careful, don't die, which is something she used to say to him a lot when they were in love during the war. That evening, Cain asks what books Helena might want from the library. She thinks about what Moreau might see if he were watching, but she realizes there was nothing to see. There was only emptiness between them. God, I wish it would stay that way. She says she remembers him saying that he'd always come for her, and that he didn't say that, today, and asks why. He says he considers it an empty promise at this point. She says it's not his fault he didn't find her, and he gets mad because he didn't look in the one place that mattered. There was something familiar about the way he was speaking. Her stomach curdled, and her vision flickered. His face suddenly loomed, and she wasn't sure where she was. Past, present, both? Why is he consistently mad at her when she's forgiving him? She should be mad at him. Please be mad at him. Yeah, also, she almost has a panic attack, but she breathes slowly, so she doesn't. She says that if she escapes, Moreau will realize that Kane's the last Eternal Flame member they've been hunting, even if he's stupid enough to not figure it out, which is, extremely likely given these characters. Moreau would still blame Kane for letting her escape and punish him, as Moreau really wants that baby. She says she knows he's planning to die after she leaves, as his death would make the Undying look unstable enough that other countries would attack Palladia. She actually has a panic attack this time when he pissily tells her that there's no other way. And he's like, no, babe, breathe. Please breathe. She asks why he didn't tell her the truth. And he's like, well, the last time I was honest with you, you disappeared and never came back. This is just him guilt tripping her. I genuinely don't understand how readers find this dynamic romantic. Like, I'm not saying, oh, you're a terrible person who condones what is clearly abuse if you read this book, because, like, I think that's stupid. I just fundamentally don't understand. Again, somebody please, heterosexual, explain this to me. She convinces Kane to let her try and find another way. He agrees as long as she stops if her health gets worse due to the stress of researching and that she has to go with Shiseo when asked. She's like, okay, fine, I have a condition for you then. You have to not lie to me. That seems like the foundation for a good and healthy relationship. Kane goes to leave her room so that she can sleep. She asks him not to, as whenever he leaves, she's scared that Varen will be the one that comes back. Reminder, they are the same person. However, she has flashbacks when he walks towards her bed of, him her. He says that they can try again tomorrow, but she's like, no, I just need to get used to you again. Helena then apologizes to Kane, and he snaps at her not to apologize to him, but she's like, you're mad at me, aren't you? He says that doesn't mean that she should apologize and that he should, but he doesn't know where to begin. So he doesn't. She says she'd do everything all over again as it saved him. He's like, you didn't save me. You just put us in hell for 2 years. So it's her fault, Kane? It's her fault you killed all those people, emotionally abused her, and raped her? It's her fault because she saved you? Kane removes the Nellium part of her manacles so she can use her resonance again. Helena does try to heal the muscle and tendon damage done by the tube part of the manacle, because remember, like, it literally goes through her wrist, but the wounds are too old. If only there was a manual surgery for that. Kane assumes that she wants to abort the baby. She thinks about how, before remembering, she absolutely would have taken that chance, but, quote, if she escaped, if the choice was hers, what would she do? So, as a pro-choice person, part of being pro-choice is being pro someone choosing to keep a baby. I think that for the rest of the book, Senlin Yu is trying to not be perceived as pro-life, which is shown here. The problem is, Senlin Yu, in my opinion, is really weird about how they write pregnancy, and it all sort of comes across as pro-life, even if that's, like, not their belief. I really don't think it's their belief, actually. That said, I do think my opinion is biased because the idea of being pregnant really freaks me out. So I'm curious to know what other people who don't have literal nightmares about it think. When Helena tells Kane she wants to keep the baby, he tells her that she might change her mind once she's free. She says she won't. If she did, she'd always wonder what the kid would look like. Also, she wants to tell it about Kane, as she's never gotten to tell anyone about him. He responds, do you really want to spend the rest of your life with one of the Undying's bastards chained to you? The whole world knows you're here, who you were sent to. Do you think they won't guess who the father was and how it came to be? No matter what color eyes it has, because she, like, mentioned wanting to know that. Or how old it gets. It will be the child of a murderer, conceived because I raped you while you were my prisoner, and everyone will know that. everyone. Okay, so there's like a lot going on here, right? Like I said, if Helena wants to keep the baby, I firmly believe that's her choice, and I'm actually not going to judge her for that. Kane being upset that everyone will know that the baby was conceived through rape is actually pretty messed up. Because he's not saying that he's upset the baby was conceived that way. He's saying that he's upset that people will know it was conceived that way. To me, this is like kind of chilling. He's not upset, at least in this instance, that he raped her. He's upset that people will know and there will be evidence of it. Kane tells Helena to just leave it behind. Helena asks if he thinks she was going to run away and pretend he was a monster. He tells her, like, yeah, I am a monster. But she responds.
Kane,
She reached towards him.
you're not a monster. You didn't have any choice. Neither of us. We were both raped.
So I actually really struggle with the line, we were both raped, because to me it implies that Helena raped Kane, which is just not the case. Kane was not a willing participant, and men can and do experience rape. But I think this line is attempting to absolve him of one of the most heinous things he's done in this book, like on screen, so to speak. Other members of the Undying have threatened or attempted to sexually assault Helena and are also cold blooded killers. If Kane is both a cold blooded killer and an unexcused rapist, he has nothing setting him apart from the rest of the Undying, no matter how noble his intentions were. Senlin Yu is attempting to absolve Kane of his guilt, particularly through this line, and it's an attempt to re-separate Kane from his comrades. If he too was raped, then he must not have perpetuated all of the same horrors as his ilk.
Hi, editing Alexi here. I just wanted to add that I think this line also ignores the fact that he had like a lot of power over her while he was committing the assaults. He was also her jailer essentially, and somebody she feared like emotional coldness and insult from. And I think that Senlin Yu writing in this line really ignores that dynamic.
Helena and Kane kiss and say they love each other, and Kane finally apologizes for everything. Helena is trying to figure out how to save Kane and is remembering information about arrays that Wagner, the prisoner they took from their Luke rescue mission, told her. Stroud comes by because, again, she doesn't have anything better to do, and Kane has to put the Nellium back in Helena's manacles. Stroud says that Helena's brain is inflamed, but she's healthy overall. She then tells Helena that the baby is a girl. Stroud is disappointed by this fact. She knows that Moreau will be pissed because the body that he'd be hopping into will be a girl's. I know that part of the issue here is that girls are seen as less than in Palladia, and particularly by the Undying, but it does kind of sound like Moreau would be having some gender dysphoria there. The fact that Stroud's solution is for Helena to like have another kid implies that even with all of the magic in the alchemized world, gender affirming care just does not exist, which is an F tier concept for me. As a side note, I'm really kind of confused why Senlin Yu didn't take the chance to rewrite any of these characters, even like side characters, as trans and be explicit about that in the text, especially as a non-binary person. I think that that would have been a really cool way to actually subvert Joanne Kno middle name Rowling. Helena is worried that Kane will be upset that she's having a girl. Kane is still worried that the Toll, capital T, will kill her while she's pregnant. She's like, I know you somehow used the Sunstone on me. It's never explained how he did that, unfortunately. She thinks about how she's like spent a lot of time worrying about this baby, even though it hardly existed yet, because it was all she'd had to care about. Kane was right when he'd called her desperate to love someone. It seemed to be her fatal flaw. This is certainly a very healthy way to think about your kid. That was sarcasm, if you couldn't tell. Helena and Kane decide to go for a walk as it will be good for the baby. On their walk, Kane recounts a time that he got stuck on a tree. He wanted his mom to see how far he'd climbed, and she had to like get out of bed to do so, which she wasn't supposed to do, and Cain still feels guilty about it. He tells her that his mother's name was Enid, which like we already knew, and that he'd always liked the name. That makes one of us. Helena realizes that he's attempting to give her what she wants, stories to tell their daughter about her father. Helena and Cain are making out in bed, and she says she wants to have like relations with him. He says no. She tells him that she doesn't want the last time they ever had sex to be when we were forced. If she's acknowledging that they were both forced, then she should be acknowledging that he was also probably traumatized by the experience, which might be why he's saying no. But actually, he's saying no because he doesn't want to re traumatize her. This is another example of Senlin Yu's attempts to justify Cain's actions falling flat. He was also probably traumatized by the experience of being forced to rape the woman he loves. Cain's response to the trauma is always to be cruel to Helena so that he doesn't have to experience the hurt that his mother's torture and death caused again. Senlin Yu had an opportunity here to further humanize Cain through a moment of him being vulnerable to Helena, as well as the time to explore the trauma of sexual assault on male victims, a trauma that is often ignored. And yet, they chose to do neither. So they start to make out more, but she begins to have a flashback and tells him to stop. He immediately moves away from her, thank God, but she actually pulls him back. She says she now feels better, that she knows she can tell him to stop, but she notices that he is covered in scars. She asks what Moreau has done to him. Cain says anything he wants, and they end up just holding each other. Helena is walking around the house. She asks Davies if Moreau can see her in the wing she's in, and Davies shakes her head. So, like, where can Moreau see her if it's not the whole house except for, like, her room? That's confusing. Helena finds a door that's locked and decides to break in. Davies tries to get her to, like, stop doing that, but Helena won't, okay? On the floor in the room is an animancy array. There's also an iron cage. She tries to figure out how to work the array, but she ends up just passing out. She wakes up in her bed. Cain says the doctor had just left, so I guess she does have a doctor that's different than Stroud. She's having heart problems again. He's like, "Do you have any idea what it was like finding you on the floor, passed out in the room my mom was tortured in?" And she's like, "But I want to save you." Cain tells her that she has other people to take care of and save, including a baby that needs her. But she says, "I didn't want to choose. I always have to choose, and I never get to choose you. I'm so tired of not getting to choose you." Cain points out that Helena promised to stop her research into saving him if it started to affect her physical health, which it has. She just says no. He points out that she's the worst promise keeper ever. She says that she keeps the promises that matter. He points out that what she really does is make so many conflicting promises that she can pick and choose which one she wants to keep, which actually is a pretty good strategy on her part. They decide to compromise, and she can research as long as he's in the room to make her feel safe, because I guess that's how it works now. Cain actually tells her to hide out in her room for the time being, as Aurelia is coming back to throw a party. He thinks it's to convince high society that there's nothing wrong. I assume this means that there's nothing wrong with their marriage, but it could also mean, like, nothing wrong with Moreau. Stroud says, actually, Helena should not hide out in her room. We should show her off at the party to project a vision of strength. She makes Helena wear something, like, super thin so that her baby bump will be sort of visible, but it's, like, too early in the pregnancy for that. So Stroud makes her stuff her dress with a pillow. Helena feels lurid and obvious as her hair is like loose and she's very visibly pregnant, which is, quote, a condition that no respectable northern woman would be seen in. Stroud explains how they're going to use the baby, and party attendees are like, "So you're admitting something's wrong with Moreau?" And Stroud is like, no. This is just to, like, make him even more powerful. Also, they're gonna like growth hormone the baby so that Moreau isn't stuck in like a baby body. Which until then they hadn't mentioned that. So I was really envisioning Moreau as like boss baby, which was making this book more fun for me. The attendees ask who the father is, and then like one of them is like, oh duh, it's Farron. Aurelia did not know this for some reason. It is really mad. Then Stroud is like, her husband's cooperation was in no way a reflection on her, but Aurelia has been thoroughly humiliated in front of her guests. She tells them all to get out. There are two stragglers, though, Ivy and Sophia Purnell. Atreus is mad that Cain hasn't produced a legitimate heir with Aurelia. Remember, he's like refusing to have sex with her. They argue. Then Cain leads Helena back upstairs and apologizes for not being able to protect her. A rare apology from this man. He reveals that Atreus has been tasked with hunting down Mandel's killer, who is, of course, Cain. Also, Atreus is like liching in Crowther's reanimated body, so that's kind of freaky. Atreus starts torturing prisoners in the house. Cain says Shiseo will be there in a week to pick Helena up and like help her escape. Helena redoubles her efforts to try and find a way to save Cain. She figures out that to get Cain's phylactery like back in his body, they'll have to sacrifice a willing soul, as part of his soul is attached to the bone. Helena says that they could build a bomb, hurt Moreau, then grab the phylactery. I think it's real fun that Helena's solution to everything is building a bomb. Cain points out that they both have tremors, so neither of them could like actually build a bomb because you need really steady hands for that to work. Then Helena is like, I want to make love on our own terms one last time. So they, have like fade to black. I was recently watching Reads with Rachel's video on the Goodread Choice Awards. Rachel said that she's not reading Alchemized partially because of the very graphically written rape scenes that are later excused by the narrative. And even if Senlin Yu is trying to explore this horrifying aspect of war and its aftermath, as well as the effect that would have on Helena even after remembering, Rachel is fundamentally right. The narrative consistently excuses Cain's horrible actions as being a way to protect Helena, thereby clearing the way for them to have healing sex in this instance. And I'm profoundly confused, once again, by people who read this and buy into those excuses. I don't think anyone is condoning rape and abuse by reading this book, but it's hard to express just how much I do not get the appeal of reading and writing this love story. Ivy sneaks around the house to meet with Helena. Ivy says she's here to rescue Helena and that she didn't know the High Reeve would rape her after the war. Helena points out that the same thing is happening to plenty of other girls at Central as they speak. Ivy says she cares about Helena because Sophia wanted them to be friends. Helena reminds her that her sister is dead and that Ivy betrayed the Eternal Flame, quote, for a corpse. Ivy says she knows and that she couldn't let her sister be dead. Helena felt no sympathy. I think that's a bit hypocritical considering all the terrible things Cain has done for her because he loves her and she's fine with, but whatever. Cain comes in and Ivy reveals that he and the Necrothal versions of her parents tortured her and her sister before the war started. They were left behind when Cain ran away, which gave Ivy and Sophia time to escape. They are alive because of him, at least in Ivy's opinion. Cain says that this is another reason for him to regret his actions that day. Cain then threatens to kill Ivy with an obsidian dagger, which makes her realize that Cain killed Mandel. Helena tells Cain not to kill her, though. She asks Ivy if she knows that the Undying are, like, dying, and Ivy nods. Helena then asks Ivy if she'll help them. Helena asks her to get Cain's phylactery. Ivy says that she will, as thanks for Cain low-key accidentally saving her and Sophia all those years ago, even though she knows that the mission will result in her death. Cain says that the risk of Ivy betraying them isn't worth it. Helena asks him, "Tell me truthfully, would you have been any different if you thought it could save your mother? Say no, and I'll let you kill her." The amount of times Helena is compared to Cain's mom is weird. Somebody call Freud, please. Like I said, I already called him once for the coke. I can't do it again. We learned that Helena can already feel the baby due to resonance, even though it's a fetus and can't kick or anything yet. I know this is supposed to come across as Helena being excited for the baby, but the use of resonance to detect the kid before it can kick feels very life begins at conception for me. That said, again, I'm genuinely really scared of pregnancy. I cannot be objective here. I'm also like not a parent, and Senlin Yu is, so maybe that's a part of it. Kane brings Helena to Amaris, the Chimera, whom she and Shiseo will use to escape. They are then to abandon Amaris and continue by ship. Helena asks if Amaris will be alright in the wild without Kane transmuting away her pain, and he admits that she, like him, will probably die. When they come back to the house, Aurelia says she's mad at Kane's dad because all of the prisoner executing he's doing is ruining the house. This leads Kane and Atreus to get into a fight. Aurelia gets between them and is like, I'm just like your wife, I'm trying to make the house pretty. And Atreus just straight up kills her. Before she dies, he's like, do not ever compare yourself to my wife. Helena accuses Kane of orchestrating the incident as Aurelia would be a loose end. He confirms this and says he would have done it after she tried to blind Helena if he could have. Helena says, I hate it when you kill people because of me, which is a crazy line to me. Kane receives word that the train Shiseo was on has been attacked, killing everyone on board, thus throwing a wrench into their escape plan. Did you miss this? It's time for everyone's favorite game, Alchemized Anachronisms!
Now, obviously trains were around in the mid to late 1800s, which is the time period that Senlin Yu is attempting to evoke. However, they haven't been mentioned at all until now. Putting the first mention of a major way to travel between countries at the end of the book feels like a weird choice, especially since Kane, for example, is traveling to other countries a lot. That said, I do really like trains and public transit in general. The sound I use to censor swear words is actually like a recording from Bay Area Rapid Transit. So I obviously have to put this in the S tier.
Okay, so people are speculating that Novus was actually behind the attack, even though Novus is denying it. Kane and Shiseo were actually behind it, but it wasn't supposed to happen until after Shiseo and Helena had escaped. These people are not very good at building bombs, I'm realizing. Kane says that Helena still needs to escape just by herself this time. He is forced to execute a bunch of people as I guess punishment for the train exploding. Helena feels the baby kick for the first time. She thinks about how she didn't know if she would be a good mother or if wanting to keep this baby wasn't just her selfishness rearing its head, her inability to let go, to love someone, to be needed. This is the second time she's referenced wanting to keep the baby within the context and wanting to be loved and needed by it. Having a kid because you want emotional comfort isn't healthy. What happens when your kid becomes more independent, spends less time with you, and needs you less? I think that you could argue that Helena's thoughts on the pregnancy aren't supposed to be healthy, but in that case, the effect of the emotional expectations she's already placing on the baby aren't really ever examined, so I don't know if that's the case. Kane comes back that evening pretty beat up. Hedgoss has announced that it will ally with the Liberation Front, which I think is basically the new resistance. I'm not really clear who's running it though, or from where. They've decided to do this because of Kane's barbaric slaughter that was covered in the paper. Remember, the Undying wanted the resources that Hedgoss would bring in, so they're pretty pissed. Moreau tortured Kane to make an example of the cost of failure and incompetence. Kane does point out that, if he hadn't done that mass execution, he also would have been tortured, so, lose-lose situation for him, I guess. Helena heals Kane, and he says she'll have to leave that night as things are becoming more unsafe and unstable. Atreus tries to break into Helena's room, where she's waiting for Kane to come back. He burns down her door and heats up the metal bars that are on the other side of it. Apparently, I think those are mentioned, once, and Aurelia put them there. He threatens to smother her to death with the smoke? And, he has this fire resonance because he's, in Crother's body. Originally, I think he had steel resonance. And he actually, really didn't like having fire resonance, but now he's into it. Atreus demands to know who the last Eternal Flame member is. Again, we know it's Kane. Helena refuses to tell him, and he sets her dress on fire. And then he tortures her with fire! She's waiting for Kane to come save her, but she realized Kane wasn't going to come in time. Helena also realizes that Moreau has threatened to kill Kane if Atreus doesn't find the person who killed Mandel. Then Helena decides to tell him the truth, that Kane is the killer and was a spy for the Eternal Flame during the war. Atreus is like, he'd never do that. And Helena is like, yes, he would. He hated Moreau because Moreau tortured your wife. Atreus thinks that she's lying, so she uses animancy to like inject the memories of Cain telling her about the torture directly into his head. She also almost accidentally shows him, her, and Cain having sex. And I personally would not have survived that if I almost accidentally showed my father-in-law, who I don't have a father-in-law. Cain comes to save Helena. Atreus asks why Cain didn't tell him about what Moreau did to Enid. Cain says he didn't see the point, just like how I don't see the point of this frickin' book. Atreus is mad that Cain is trying so hard to save Helena. He points out that Moreau would probably hunt Helena relentlessly if she did escape. Remember, he really wants that baby. Just then, Ivy rolls in like a ghost in the machine, except the machine is a lorry. She managed to get Cain's phylactery. Sophia, her like Necrothral sister, basically like tore the whole part of Moreau's arm off, like where the bone was. Ivy then gives them the arm, which has the bone, and kills herself. Helena tells Cain that he can come with her now, but he tells her that his father is right and Moreau will try to hunt them down. Atreus then offers to sacrifice his soul to restore Farron's bone thingy. They need a willing soul. Cain initially refuses, then asks why his father would offer this. Atreus says it's because Enid would want him to save their son. Cain starts healing Helena. Helena then manages to convince Atreus to offer his soul, whether Cain wants it or not. Cain does agree. They do the ritual. Cain almost dies, but then he doesn't. He passes out, and Atreus helps Helena carry him to Amaris, who they are planning to use to escape. Atreus then sets the estate on fire, killing himself and covering up their escape. Cain wakes up and is fine, so they decide to make camp for the night. Helena wakes up the next day and is in a lot of pain. Girl, same. Cain has to learn to be more careful with himself as, he can't magically heal anymore. We learned that the last 2 fingers of Helena's hand are now permanently curled downwards due to the array work she did to heal Cain. She says it's fine though because she saved him. My beta reader, who is Catholic, pointed out that this injury could be a reference to the Christian hand of benediction. Let me bring this closer. I gave her one right there. I think it's interesting that Christian metaphor is largely associated with evil acts committed by the good side in this book, yet Helena's hand is permanently in a gesture of Christian divinity. Helena is mad that Cain used his vivimancy to heal her, because I guess the toll was something we have to consider in healing again, but then Cain is like,
Helena, look at you. You have broken yourself into pieces over and over because of me, and you don't seem to understand that it kills me. Living is not worth it to me if you're the one who keeps paying the price for it. Let me fix what I can.
I realized I've been tearing people off the board once they're dead, so, Relia should no longer be here, and, Soren, I almost called him Ron, that would be embarrassing, should no longer be here, and, I guess Crother should no longer be here, neither should, Falcon Matthias, neither should Ilva, neither should Shiseo, who again I don't have a picture of, he's never described. Oh, the whole pin came off. Neither should be whatever, fake Harry. Who else shouldn't be here? I guess the rest of them are all still alive. Sorry y'all, my phone literally just died and this is as far as my charger will reach, so we're like at a slightly different angle now. They make it to the safe house, which is by the ocean. Helena grew up near the sea and hasn't seen it for some time because Palladium is landlocked. Lila is standing at the door. She and Helena hug, and Senlinyu makes sure to tell us that she has a more rudimentary prosthetic. I forgot to add one, so I just gave her crutches, which she does have to use. Also, she has a jagged scar that runs down her face because, as we know, visible scarring is the worst thing that can happen to a person. Lila already knows that Helena is pregnant. She gets mad when she sees Cain and tries to fight him because she's a girl boss, but Helena is like, no, we escaped together. He and Lila then start to verbally fight, but Helena is like, stop it, guys. Kane goes to put Amaris in the stable, leaving Lila and Helena alone. Helena tells Lila that if she tries to hurt Kane, she'll never forgive her. Lila tells her, "You could do so much better." And Helena responds, "No, he's what I need, and he's what it took to save you." The phrasing of "you could do so much better" is so funny to me because that's what I say when my gorgeous, gorgeous friends are dating really mid men, not when they're dating men that are literally evil. We find out that Lila is still wearing manacles. They're the type that just like weaken her resonance though. It's, the older model. Helena is like, why did Farron not take those off? And Lila is like, "He did for a while, until I nearly ripped out his talisman when I woke up." She shook her wrist. "It's been a long time now." I know Kane is trying to not be attacked by Lila, but he can't die now, so like why can't he just use his really good self-defense that he's really good at to make sure she doesn't take his talisman? The stakes are pretty low, actually. Also, he's not there that much because he's off like executing people and being mean to Helena. So like why does he need to keep the manacles on 24/7? Helena asks why Lila never tried to escape from the safe house. Lila responds that she has a small child and only one leg, and Kane told her that even if she escaped to somewhere like Novus, and Novus believed her when she explained her identity and the identity of her child, they take him away from her for some reason. Part of what's so difficult about being disabled is having to rely on other people to do basic tasks and knowing that those people could abandon and hurt you, and that there isn't anything that you'd be able to do about it. This is actually part of why disabled people are more likely to be abused. We're more vulnerable. Lila can't leave partially because of her disability, which is pretty messed up. Then Kane gaslit her and is like, "Nobody will actually help you in addition to that." We don't know if that's true. Like, he could be lying to her. Lila asks Helena if she saw Luke before he died. Helena decides not to tell Lila that he was possessed by Moreau through most of her pregnancy. Kane asks Lila if she's fed Helena yet, so she goes to get Helena food. I don't know why Kane can't get them food. It's literally just milk, bread, and cheese and grapes, which does sound like a really good meal, but like he doesn't even have to cook. He just has to go like rummage around, and he is there sometimes, so I bet he knows where everything is. They are all gonna leave in a couple of days to go to another safe house that's farther away. Helena asks Kane to take off Lila's manacles before they leave so that she can make Lila a new prosthetic. Remember, to get a nice prosthetic, you gotta have resonance for it. Kane then responds that there's no need, tosses Lila the key to her manacles, and digs up her old prosthetic, which he'd buried in the yard, like it's a dog bone. Kane then tells Lila he didn't really trust her not to draw attention to herself. I was going to tell Helena where to find it. Taking away a disabled person's agency in this way is evil. But considering how Senlin Yu treats PTSD in this book, which is also a disability, I'm not really surprised that this is never examined at all. If anyone wants a follow-up video on ableism in this book specifically and how it's like kind of connected to Harry Potter, hit me up. In the name of disability justice, we should give her her prosthetic back. Helena rests for a bit, then finds Kane in the stable with Amaris. He says that the kindest thing to do would probably be to put her down, know my favorite character, due to the transmutations eventually wearing off without maintenance, which would kill her eventually anyways. Helena points out that Amaris has finished growing and that she might not die. She says that it would be unfair to not give Amaris a chance. Kane is like, "No, I gotta kill her. She's just an animal." But he can't do it. He tells Helena that her mercy is going to have consequences someday, and she says, "There's enough blood on both of our hands without adding hers Amaris's." The new safe house is on an island in Etros. Remember, that's where Helena is from. The port they sail into is pretty diverse, so there were enough northerners that Kane and Lila blended in, while Helena disappeared among the many Atrasians. She hadn't seen so much dark curly hair and olive skin since she'd left Atros. And okay, I think it's finally time to talk about race and Alchemized. Johanna Consuelo Simpson notes in their 2021 dissertation that while race-bent depictions of Hermione existed in fandom for a long time, They did become more popular after Black actress Noma Dumezweni, I'm sorry if I mispronounced that, I'm sure I butchered it, was cast as Hermione Granger in JKR's sequel play, Harry Potter and the Cursed Child, which I read the script of and was not very good. Race bending refers to the fandom practice of changing the race of a character, often from white to POC, to create more representation. It should be noted that the term race bending did come about as a way to describe M. Night Shyamalan's casting of white actors for Asian and indigenous characters in his movie version of Avatar: The Last Airbender. Consuelo Simpson writes that, as fans interacted with pop culture media narratives, they craft ideas of self and society. Fans are, as Thomas describes it, restoring identity to mirror their experiences, and do so by rhetorically inventing that representation. Race bending in fan art is simply one practice that rhetorically portrays racial inclusion in meaningful ways. Sunlin Yu themselves shared on Tumblr that they really related to Hermione. Quote, Hermione is an outsider minority-coded character who tries to use academics and her usefulness to be valuable and friend-worthy resonated a lot with me, especially in my early teens, because there definitely weren't any books or movies about characters who actually looked like me. Senlin Yu grew up as a non-white person in a very white, very Christian environment. It makes sense that they'd write Hermione in Manacled to be minority coded, particularly considering that coding is now more of a norm in Harry Potter fandom spaces, and also something that meant a lot to them as a young person. While Senlin Yu's depiction of Hermione's race isn't explicitly mentioned in the fic, the official art created for it depicts Hermione with darker skin, particularly the audiobook cover. I won't be showing any of the art here because I don't have the artist's permission, but it is really beautiful. I will say that. But let's come back to part of a Tumblr post that I mentioned earlier, particularly the apparently I'm a privileged white woman appropriating the trauma of POC, which is funny to hear as a POC part. Senlin Yu is white and Japanese. Also, their grandparents were sent to an internment camp in World War II. That's actually part of what inspired them to write this book, because people wouldn't want to talk about that when they brought it up. Fandom spaces still very much operate with whiteness as the default assumption, meaning that fans of color like Senlin Yu have a very different experience in, for example, Harry Potter fan spaces than I do as a white fan. Yet a survey respondent told Rukmini Pandey that there are significant differences in the interests and needs of specific ethnic and race groups within the of color community. Just as I have a very different experience in fandom when compared to Senlin Yu's experience in fandom is very different from that of Black fans. In the video, The Problem with Alchemized / Manacled and Other Hermione Fics Getting Traditionally Published, This Story Ain't Over paraphrases a DM a follower sent about Manacled / Alchemized. Quote, and it's so interesting to me, this idea of this pseudo-slavery romance that also involves a character who is based off of an original character who was potentially Black, and that Senlin Yu is not Black, and does the fact that they are non-binary, erase all the problematicness of the work and of, the original work that it was based off of. The problem with Manacled is that Senlin Yu, who is American and not Black, is putting a character that seems to be Black in a situation where she is enslaved and raped by a white man. Considering the horrific violence enslaved Black women endured, as well as the disproportionate sexual violence they continue to face today, this choice is kind of problematic, to say the least. Now, let's bring this to Alchemized. Senlin Yu reblogs most fan art people make of Helena on Tumblr, but is much more sparing with the art they post on their official author Instagram. Art they post on their timeline specifically, as opposed to their story, feels much more official. And the art they posted is by a few different people, and Helena's skin tone ranges from deep to low-key paler than me. And that's the problem with how Senlin Yu chooses to describe Helena. Curly hair and olive skin could describe my racially white cousins on my Ashkenazi Jewish side, or my friend from southern India. Meanwhile, Palladians are explicitly described as light-skinned, with straight blonde hair or light brown hair. They sometimes curl into ringlets. In an interview with Fairy Loot, Senlin Yu explicitly stated that Palladia was meant to pull from Europe. Presumably, I think this means that the Eastern Empire is meant to echo East Asia, but Helena is just from the South? Would Helena being explicitly black, appearing in Alchemized, come with the same connotations in Palladia as in our world? Probably not. It's a fantasy realm. While Palladia, Havgos, and Novus are analogs for Europe, the Eastern Empire is an analog for East Asia, and Etruss is an analog for the entire global south, I guess. None of these places are actually England or Eritrea, for example. However, Helena is still a character written by a person that exists in our world. I think that Senlin Yu knew that if they explicitly described Helena as having skin like the color of copper, which I think would like make sense in this context considering how centered on metal this society is, or asked artists to use a consistent darker skin tone for her, or even had a more close-up image of her on the cover of the book, like, Rose in Chains and The Irresistible Urge do, the criticism of appropriating trauma would come back, this time with an even wider audience. Helena's continued racial ambiguity affords Senlin Yu plausible deniability. There's something sad about Luke and Lila being from fantasy Europe, Shiseo being from fantasy East Asia, and Helena having to carry the entire global south through her hair and olive skin. But for all I know, Helena's meant to be Italian coded, and my entire point is null and void. So back to the summary. To recap, Helena, Kane, Lila, and Paul are in a very diverse port area. A northerner is trying to import oil into Palladia, as liberators will pay through the nose for it when the new war starts. Lila is like, what? And the merchant is like, bro, read the news. The High Reeve is dead, so the Liberation Front is moving in, and there's hella machinery about to go in. They're gonna need oil. I don't know if this is quite an alchemized anachronism, because something's gotta power these lorries, so I guess crude oil is a C for me. After hearing about war speculation, the group continues on their journey to the island. Helena is seasick the whole time, which is really F. I went on a ferry last weekend. My head was between my knees the entire time and I almost passed out. There's a road that goes from the mainland to the island that's only usable when the tide is low, so it's like sort of isolated but sort of not. The new house is pretty big and there are lots of books in it for Helena. Helena does start to panic because she's starting to let her guard down, and she's scared of doing that because she thinks that things will go wrong as soon as she does. She tells herself to calm down and to breathe, which works. She then uses her ring to call Kane, and he's like, we're okay. Lila tells Helena that she didn't believe that Kane and Helena were really in love when Kane first told her. She thought that Helena was like manipulating him into falling for her, which I guess she technically was. Lila also talks about when she first heard that Helena was part of the repopulation program. Helena interrupts her and is like, Kane didn't have a choice. If it hadn't been him, it would have been someone else, or they would have killed me. Whatever. Lila tells Helena that she doesn't think she deserves a life trapped by all the promises she's made. I think it's nice that Lila has consistently told Helena that she's being treated unfairly, even during the Eternal Flame flashbacks. We know that Helena doesn't really keep her promises, so Lila doesn't need to worry. They get newspapers which confirm that Kane is presumed dead due to the fire, and Ivy has been identified as the killer of both Mandel and like the person that set the fire. There's also articles about the Liberation Front, which is like a confederation of armies getting ready to attack Palladia. Again, I think the Liberation Front has existed for a while, like Havgos has already allied with it, but once again, I'm like not clear on who's running it because it's clearly not the Eternal Flame or where it's based. Is it based in Novus? Is it based on like a border? I don't know. This feels like a pretty big hole in the story. Helena becomes a healer for the mainland people. Kane doesn't love this because it does make them more visible and therefore more unsafe, but Helena is from Itros and is useful, so the town becomes protective of all 5 of them. Helena works on a brace to, quote, make her 2 paralyzed fingers bend and open with a transmutational device connected to her other fingers. I bet Kane will take it away from her and bury it. Then Amara shows up! She found them! I wrote, oh, hype, in my notes, and I stand by that. My favorite character. Kane and Helena have sex, whatever, it still doesn't sound very good. Kane's thoughts about Helena's pregnancy are exclusively about Helena's health. He's pretty head empty when it comes to the baby. Eventually, she has a conversation with him. Kane, she said quietly, his attention snapped back. Kane, you have to care about her. He stared at her blankly. Her mouth went dry. You can't be like your father. You have to care. You have to choose to care. The way you are, if you don't, you won't. And she'll know, just like you did. You cannot do that to her. She has to be someone that you decide to care about. I need you to promise that if I'm not here, you'll love her for me, the way I would love her. She has to be that important to you. Do you promise? Kane had grown pale, but he nodded. All right. Promise me. I promise. To quote what everybody says on Love Island, what the helly? You have to make him promise to care about his own daughter? Like, what? Helena does give birth, Lila helps deliver it. The baby has Kane's eyes, whatever. Helena has to convince Kane to come look at their frickin' daughter because he's like, yeah, I remember how she was conceived. This is another time where I wish Kane's trauma was more explored because then I'd have to do a less complicated mental gymnastics routine to care about him. But whatever. Helena is like, we had to do horrible things, but we get to be better now. We'll do it for her. So he does go look at the baby and he's immediately enchanted. Helena watched him and recognized the expression that slowly filled his eyes as he stared at the tiny person tenaciously clinging to him. Possessive adoration. They're going to be terrible parents! The baby has Helena's hair and again has Farron's eyes and hardly ever cries and sleeps through the night. They named her Enid Rose Farron. Kind of a side note, I feel like since the book has spent a lot of time talking about how Helena and Lila and other female characters are hurt by the strict and unequal gender roles of their society, Senlin Yu missed a really cool opportunity to give the kid Helena's last name, Marino, but no one asks me these things. We're told that Enid might have been the perfect child, if not for the terrible influence of Apollo Holdfast. They're always getting into mischief together. Paul's resonance is pyromancy. Enid is also a vivimancer whose ability presents really early. Eventually, they receive news that Palladia has surrendered. Citizens were basically being starved and they swarmed their liberators asking for food. But like in the papers, the only thing that's being reported is, what a great job the Liberation Front did, instead of, highlighting that Palladians had been left to endure these horrible conditions. Moreau is hiding out under the Institute in that church temple. The international community are pretending not to know that the lumithium they've been using was extracted by Necrothralls. They also pretend that they thought the repopulation program was completely voluntary. Stroud has disappeared, but it comes out that she was conducting frickin' experiments on some of the kids born from the program. The Liberation Front doesn't want to do trials relating to the program, and the mothers are urged to move on. It was a stain upon the Northern identity that such atrocities had occurred, and so it was treated as some evil and twisted idea that had sprung from the Undying's regime, as if selective breeding had not been long rooted in guild culture. In my opinion, Senlin Yu is not beating the appropriating World War II trauma allegations with this one. For context, a lot of us are taught that eugenics was a uniquely Nazi ideology, when in reality the model of eugenics that the Nazis used was actually developed here in the US, which I'm pretty sure is the parallel that Senlin Yu is making here. Lila decides to go back to Palladia to set the record straight and kill Moreau. She wants to do this with a bomb. So Helena helps her make one. I guess that Lila doesn't have PTSD-induced tremors. That makes sense for Senlin Yu. Kane starts training Lila on combat vivimancy. Kane is brutal with her and beat her weakness out of her. This sounds like a man I would want around two small children. Lila tells Helena that she should put her name on the bomb, and people can still assume that she's dead, but she would get some credit for her work for once. Helena declines and says she doesn't want people to wonder about her and look too hard for her. Lila gets Paul a puppy named Cobalt for his birthday. It's named after Luke's horse, which we did know was named Cobalt. Lila tells him that Cobalt will keep him company while she's away. Lila does successfully kill Moreau, who people now know as Cetus for some reason. A bomb is used in the initial attack. Lila was actually almost killed by Necrothralls and is ordered to fall back, but she insists on going into the wreckage and kills Moreau. Lila announces that she intends to build a new knockoff Alchemy Institute, one that will accept anyone from any nation. She also plans to add a track for vivimancy study. Lila asks Helena to come back with her to Palladia. Helena says that she'd have to try to clear Kane's name if she did because she doesn't want to be without him. Lila tells her that would be impossible, as people joke about Moreau at times, but look sick at the mere mention of the High Reeve. So Helena decides to stay on the island with Kane and Enid. Lila responds by saying, she knows that Helena loves Kane and that Kane loves her, but she thinks that Helena doesn't, quote, realize how inhumanly cold he is to anyone who isn't Helena or E. The rest of the world could burn and he wouldn't care. I don't think he'd even notice. Is this really what you want? And Helena is like, I know what he's like. It's the reason you and I are alive. Then she goes on this whole thing where she asks Lila who she was thinking about when she killed Moreau, and Lila admits it was Luke. So Helena is like, love isn't as pretty or pure as people like to think. There's a darkness in it sometimes. Kane and I go hand in hand. I made him who he is. I knew what the array meant when I saved him. If he's a monster, then I'm his creator. The if he's a monster, then I'm his creator line is quoted a lot on a lot of merch or whatever. Almost as much as the rose in a graveyard line. And the thing is, I don't think saving Farron's life made Helena responsible for his actions. I guess this could be referencing how he did all of these horrible things so that his cover wouldn't be blown and he could continue using his powerful asset status to protect Helena from the Eternal Flame's weird internal politics. But this line is overtly a Frankenstein reference. Sen Lin Yu cites Frankenstein as one of the books they read in their research for Alchemized. In Frankenstein, Victor Frankenstein literally brings the monster into being, then doesn't nurture it, which leads to its horrible acts. But Kane was already doing horrible things before even having a real conversation with Helena. Not only does the reference that Sen Lin Yu is making to a book that probably doesn't exist in Alchemized take me out of the story, it's also a crappy reference that doesn't work contextually. I have been ground down by this book, but I can't be broken into believing that Helena is responsible for Kane's actions. Also, a woman needing to take ownership over the damage a man has done, not very feminist of you. This reference sort of counts as an Alchemized anachronism, and it sucks so bad I'm putting it in the F tier. You know what didn't suck though? Guillermo del Toro's Frankenstein and the starring actor who played Poe Dameron in the Star Wars sequels and inspired the only normal character in many Reylo fics, Oscar Isaac. Enid freaks the heck out when she realizes that Paul and Lila are really leaving, and she asks why she and Helena and Kane can't go live in Palladia too. Helena tells her, Mom's heart goes too fast when we do too many trips. Mom can't go places that make her heart go fast. I interpret Helena's heart problems as being a symptom of PTSD, as PTSD can cause physical health issues like this. Too bad she can't girl boss her way out of these symptoms, though. Also, Sen Lin Yu, what the fuck do you mean, mum? You were born and raised in the continental United States of America. Using British spellings and terms in this book, literally alchemized with an S, is giving Tom Felton. You seem completely unable to let go of Harry Potter and its English setting. Paul tells Enid that she has to stay to take care of Cobalt the dog because Cobalt can't live in the city. Kane shows her a newspaper. The headline is that Stroud has been found drowned in Hevgos. Apparently can get her ugly face out of here. It didn't make a good sound. Apparently, Hevgos had given her immunity in exchange for her research, so they Operation Paperclipped her, I guess. Operation Paperclip was when the US gave a bunch of Nazi scientists immunity so that they'd come work on our space program post-war, so I guess we'd win the Cold War. Kane admits that he did find her and drown her. Helena is mad that Kane risked blowing their cover for this, but she is glad Stroud is dead. Then we jump forwards 10 more years, and Enid is on her way to go study in Palladia. She's basically going to the new institute for college. Helena asks, so what do we do now, to Kane after Enid leaves. Kane smiles and responds, anything. Whatever you want. In the epilogue, we see Enid reunited with Lila and Paul in Palladia. She's there to study vivimancy in the institute. They run into Penny, who mistakes Enid for Helena since they look a lot alike. A random lady comes up to them and is like, OMG, are you Holdfast taking in foreign students again? And Lila is like, Enid was a celebrated student in her country, and she's here to study the effects of Nellium on lungs, which, like, a lot of us have problems with because of the Nellium attacks. So, good for Lila for standing up against racism. Enid finds a copy of a new book that purports to be a comprehensive history of the war. The bookseller says it's pretty good, and while hard to stomach at times, it has everything people should know about the war. Enid asks the bookseller if he knows everything people should know about the war, and he responds that he knows a fair amount as he was a result of the repopulation program. That's embarrassing, Enid. Enid does buy the book and flips to the chapter about Cain. It's pretty harsh and goes through all of the horrible things he did. Paul asks if she's alright, and she clearly is not. Paul says that they're never gonna tell it like it is. And, technically, they are telling it like it is. Even if he was a spy, he did kill those people. Helena is in the index, which is actually pretty unusual, but it's only in reference to the photo of her, Soren, and Luke that Lila took during the war. Senlin Yu keeps that final line that has haunted so many readers of Alchemized. So, referencing the sort of caption under the photo, Principate Lucian Holdfast with Paladin Soren Bayard, see Bayard Sorden, Chapter 12, A Life of Legacy, and foreign-born alchemist Helena Marino. Marino left the city at the start of the Palladian Civil War to study healing. She survived the war, but died during imprisonment prior to liberation. She was a non-active member of the Order of the Eternal Flame and did not fight. In their interview with Fairy Loot, Senlin Yu talked a bit about the inspiration behind Alchemized. Instead of saying it was Harry Potter fanfiction, Senlin Yu said they grew up reading a lot of stories about boys, then as they got older, reading a lot of stories about girls. Basically, they saw, quote, these strong female characters taking on, quote, masculine roles, and felt that there was an acknowledgement that, quote, women had any strength inherent to them. It was always a question of how well they could step into a male role and embody things that we defined as male strength. And so I wanted to write a story that kind of questioned that as well. They also described Alchemized as having many characters that have someone that they're trying to save, and they're all colliding with each other. With that in mind, let's examine what the women in this story are protecting. Helena, of course, is protecting Farron. She occupies the role of a healer, something that is deemed feminine in both our society and Palladium. She does terrible things, but there to save Cain and often to help the Eternal Flame win the war. Towards the end of the book, she also becomes a mother. She is once again a simple healer as well, occupying two feminine roles, and she gets to live in peace and happiness with Cain. Lila is a paladin and does fight, and she is forced to step into a lot of masculine roles to be seen as a good fighter. Yet, she also is good with children, and eventually becomes a mother. However, unlike her Aunt Rhea, she doesn't quit her job to take care of her kid. She still goes through and kills Moreau, and after that, she restarts the alchemy school. Lila probably straddles the masculine and feminine roles as assigned in Palladia and our world best, but I think that's partially because she has to. If Luke was still alive, would Senlin Yu still have written Lila to be as involved with ending the war and rebuilding the school? I don't know. Then there's Ilva, over there, who will do anything to protect Luke, a trait that often results her into guilting Helena into more and more sacrifice. She literally thinks she is pimping Helena out to Cain, but she still does it because the intel they get from Cain allows her to keep Luke away from the worst battles. She knows the toll, capital T, that healing has on Helena and eventually on her female apprentices, but she's willing to delegate that sacrifice too. And in the end, it's all for nothing. Luke is still possessed by Cetus, and Cetus uses Luke's body to kill her. While we know Ilva cares for Luke, we don't see her interact with him in a nurturing surrogate mother way. She's also the only woman to serve on the council, a traditionally masculine role. Ivy, who's not up here, sorry, will do anything to protect her sister, even after her sister is dead. This includes torturing prisoners during the war, instead of using her vivimancy for healing, which is aligned with femininity. Ivy then ends up having to accept that her sister is dead. She sacrifices both herself and Sophia. The idea of her sister still being alive and her physical body to save Cain. She doesn't get a happy ending. what about the women that are explicitly Moreau's followers the whole time? Well, Mandel is the prison warden, and I would argue that she's obsessed with protecting her status as a higher up in Moreau's government. She uses the power that affords her to hurt Helena. She's one of the only female members of the Undying, so that's putting her in a more masculine position within this new Palladian society. She is also one of the only female characters in the story with short hair that's explicitly mentioned, which is seen as more masculine both in our society and presumably Palladia's. She ends up being put in a rotting corpse's body and eventually assassinated by Kane very publicly. There's also Stroud, she's back up by Fear, who is obsessed with appearing to be a medical scientist, essentially the next Bennett. Yet her work is largely stolen from two men, Bennett and Shiseo. We're told she'd be nothing without Shiseo's research. One could argue that some of her work is close to the experimentation in science that Helena did, but unlike Helena, she never even tries to heal, only destroy bodies and minds, meaning she does not afford the femininity of healing that Helena is. The regime that allows her to be publicly perceived as a medical scientist fails, and eventually Kane tracks her down and kills her. I guess maybe an exception to the rule I'm hinting at could be Aurelia. She's done everything to keep up the appearance of a perfect life to high society. Entertaining, decorating, keeping house, those are all feminine roles in both our society and Palladia's. Also, Aurelia's dresses and jewelry are some of the only outfits described in detail in the book. If you're familiar with Maya Mortal, it really reminded me of how Ebony Darkness Dementia Raven Ways outfits are described in that notorious fan fiction. But eventually, Atreus kills her for implying that she is like his wife for performing all of these feminine roles. She is also very publicly humiliated by Helena's pregnancy because she is not performing that feminine role of being a mother, because Kane denies it to her, I guess, technically. I would argue that she doesn't actually want these things. She wants to appear that she does and that she has them to keep her reputation, which is something she's punished for. Readers continually praise Alchemized for its complex female characters. And while I think these women I mentioned are complex, their treatment by the text isn't. The women that hurt Helena are mostly boxed into more masculine roles, at least within the text, and are eventually punished by the narrative. This includes Ilva, Mandel, and Stroud. Women that occupy more feminine roles, such as motherhood and healing, Helena and Lila, get more of what's arguably a happy ending. And Aurelia, who performs femininity disingenuously, is also punished. And the thing is, I think this treatment of women is partially a carryover from Harry Potter. Most women in Harry Potter are pretty traditionally feminine. They have long hair, wear dresses to formal occasions, and mostly exist to be love interests, particularly to Harry. While Hermione has long hair and I guess wears a dress to the Yule Ball, she is also a hero in her own right and is never romantically interested in Harry. She's an academic weapon, and honestly, Harry and Ron would have died multiple times in each book without her. Yet, Eliza T. Dressing points out in their 2004 chapter, The Ivory Tower and Harry Potter, Perspectives on a Literary Phenomenon, JKR feels the need to overly feminize her. Quote, Hermione is a prime example that information brings power, and she sees this at work repeatedly in her life at Hogwarts. Yet, throughout her role development thus far, because remember the books weren't done by this point, Rowling allows Hermione to lose sight of her own strength and revert to stereotypic behavior. And she facilitates this by employing gender-related stereotypic words to Hermione's behavior again and again, using verbs never applied to the male characters in the book. For Hermione, the bossy, assertive champion of rights and problem solver, these words, at least in some contexts, seem unbelievable and completely out of character. I think this quote does sort of bring up Senlin Yu's point that female heroes aren't allowed to be traditionally feminine. Hermione is no less brave and intelligent for, as examples given in that book chapter, shrieking or bursting into tears. But why do we even see these as feminine traits? Why can't Harry cry when he remembers his parents? Why can't Ron cry when his brothers die? Of course, we know why JKR has Hermione shriek and cry and doesn't allow her male characters to do the same. She hates women that she doesn't deem feminine enough. Of course, we know she hates trans women, who are women. But as Kat Black points out in her video, J.K. Rowling is just a misogynist, Joanne also hates cisgender women that she deems too masculine. such as when she harassed female boxer Iman Khalif. J.K.R. didn't want Hermione to display too many traits that she deemed masculine, and so tempered them with traits that she deemed more feminine. I think it's interesting that we see Senlin Yu, who is non-binary, perpetuate similar gender essentialism in a book that used to be set in the universe J.K.R. wrote. On the one hand, I do really like how the novel explores how women that hold more traditionally feminine roles, like healing, are ignored by history. But on the other, Senlin Yu seems to be really into writing a narrative that punishes female characters for occupying more masculine roles, something that really feels linked to JKR's fear of masculinizing her good female characters. And now I can finally tell you why. JKR isn't suing all of these Hermione authors. Earlier this year, a publishing house tweeted this image, which explicitly mentioned Hermione and Hermione-inspired books. A marketing email from that publisher included these graphics that included both Hermione and non-Hermione works of published fanfiction, including My Enemy, The Love Hypothesis. Heck, Barnes & Noble promoted Alchemist in a marketing email as former Hermione fanfiction and linked other Hermione-inspired works as well. There have been articles about the 3 Hermione books published this year in major news publications. In a Harper's Bazaar piece, author of The Irresistible Urge to Fall for Your Enemy, Bridget Knightley, was quoted as saying, "I don't think I can think of a single Harry Potter fanfic author that I know that isn't clearly a trans ally or anti-TERF. We acknowledge that there's a problem, but we're here to play in this sandbox, reclaim these spaces, and fanfic has always been a place for more marginalized voices to play." This quote got me thinking, how much do these fics-turned books really reclaim? One of the big issues with Joanne Kaluser Rowling is that she's transphobic. Another are the in-universe issues within the Harry Potter books. For example, house elves are an aspect of the story that's pretty hard to write around. House elves are creatures that cook, clean, garden, and generally keep house for wizards. They run the kitchens at Hogwarts. They're not paid, but it's okay, because they like the work. In fact, wizards often threaten their house elves with freedom to keep them in line. This is disturbingly similar to how enslaved Black Americans were portrayed by white people in media. Then there's the issue of disability. Disabilities such as Mad-Eye Moody's prosthetic eye or Lupin's lycanthropy are treated as tragic because they can't be healed. And of course, the books are very white. To truly reclaim the narrative, a lot of these elements would have to be changed. And while Hermione / the reskin version of her is changed to be nebulously non-white in all 3 of these stories, as far as I can tell, they don't include any trans people or even queer relationships. In Manacled, while Hermione is meant to be not white, she is once again in slavery to a white man, which itself has racist undertones. There are no trans or queer characters in text. In the Harry Potter books, Hermione starts a society to protest the literal enslavement of house elves, something that her friends actually ridicule her for. In Manacled, Hermione doesn't really seem to care at all that Draco's household is staffed by house elves, and that her main point of contact / caretaker in the fic is a house elf. Treatment of disabled characters is also awful. Hermione describes in detail how horrified she is that characters are lacking eyes and fingers due to torture. And she's not horrified that these are signs of torture, but that these characters are now physically disabled, probably permanently. And Alchemist keeps a lot of these same issues. I mean, Senlin Yu said that they were interested in the ethics of necromancy, which is part of what inspired this rewrite. But all of Kane's staff are necrothralls, and he has to, actually kill them when he and Helena are fleeing, and the necrothralls are all sad because they love him so much. These are unpaid undead servants that are replacing house elves, and the ethics of that are never actually examined. I don't think any of these works are particularly transformative in a way that can be translated into reclamation, and I don't think these authors are examining the fact that the sand in their sandbox is flawed. I'm actually really pro Harry Potter fanfiction. Fanfiction came about from fans wanting to rescue characters they love from their creators, whether it be expanding upon female characters in Star Trek or saving Dean and Castiel from the bindings of showrunner-induced compulsory heterosexuality in Supernatural. Fic allows people to engage in and reshape the world that they love without monetarily supporting Joanne inadequate Rowling. And at the same time, it's frustrating when people don't examine the issues that are very deeply rooted in canon when talking about Harry Potter fanfiction. A video that I found extremely helpful in my research was Princess Weekes' The Problem with the Year of Hermione. Weekes is a Hermione shipper and involved in Harry Potter spaces, and is also a Black woman. In the video, Princess Weekes recounts walking into this year's New York Comic Con and seeing, quote, countless ads for the upcoming Audible Harry Potter release, and then a giant alchemized banner that is there as you walk into one of the entrances. You're not meeting the allegations. The allegations that Princess Weekes is referring to are that Senlin Yu, Knightley, and Soda are paying Joanne K. Rowling to allow them to use the fact that their books used to be Harry Potter in their own marketing material. But Princess Weekes continues. I feel like this, The Year of Hermione, is all a setup to rile everyone up for this new Harry Potter TV series, to get people comfortable with the idea that you can separate these characters from JKR, that it belongs to you. And so, it doesn't matter what JKR thinks. She's not the only voice out there. Yeah, she gets paid for all of it, but she was going to be rich anyways. Don't worry about it. And this is exactly why Joanne K. Unoriginal Rowling isn't suing. When these authors use the fact that their books used to be Harry Potter fanfiction, there's a message that they're broadcasting. The message is that Harry Potter is now owned by the fans. It can be rewritten and reworked, and then rewritten again and published with a POC Hermione stand-in on the cover. And as Princess Weekes notes later in the video, that message is being broadcast in sci-fi and book spaces. Spaces where those who grew up on Harry Potter and miss guilt-free nostalgia and consumption spend a lot of time. So, what's the harm in watching the new HBO show, or paying for the new audiobook, or even taking a trip to the Universal Studios Wizarding World of Harry Potter theme parks? The money that I'm spending only contributes a drop in JKR's very full and very large bucket of wealth. And that's why Joanne won't sue. Whether they meant to or not, these Hermione authors are doing J.K. Rowling's work for her, convincing audiences that it's okay to support new Harry Potter media, because really, Harry Potter is yours. And make no mistake, Joanne, desperate to be cool Rowling, puts the money right back into anti-trans activism in England and beyond. In May of this year, she announced the creation of the J.K. Rowling Women's Fund, which offers funding for legal cases concerning, to quote her, women's sex-based rights, which to her means the right to exclude trans women from society at large. Why should JKR care that these books are debuting on the New York Times best-selling list and that Senlin Yu already has a $3 million movie deal for Alchemized? She stands to make 10 times that due to the free positive PR and audience rationalizing that these authors, including Senlin Yu, are offering her. I keep seeing people comment that Senlin Yu no longer wants Alchemized associated with Harry Potter. I haven't found any evidence of them straight up saying this, but I will say that in older interviews with USA Today and The Guardian, they did explicitly discuss Manacled, while in newer interviews such as with Fairy Loot and Grimdark Magazine, they don't. Something I've also noticed about Senlin Yu is that they like to ignore things. They ignored criticism regarding the problematic nature of Hermione, a character that they had coded to be darker skinned, being enslaved by a white man in Manacled. They deflected by pointing out their own POC identity, reasoning that it meant they couldn't be appropriating trauma. They've ignored that Alchemized got second place in the Romantasy category of the Goodreads Choice Awards, yet posted about its nomination in the debut and audiobook categories, instead of explicitly saying, hey, this book isn't Romantasy, or correcting readers that refer to it as such. And instead of taking responsibility for the Alchemized publicity campaigns that they contributed to and acknowledging the opportunities it opened up to J.K. Rowling, they just stopped talking about the book being fanfiction. Never mind the fact that there are still references to Manacled all over their professional Instagram. Senlin Yu talks a lot about breaching containment. They decided to rewrite and later accept the offer to publish Manacled because it breached containment. People were selling bound copies of it, which is something that is a bit legally sketch. Even after taking the fic down, people still find copies of it and read it, something that Senlin Yu actually wants. So I think Senlin Yu should know that ignoring the Manacled roots of Alchemized won't somehow undo the harm that its marketing has caused, just as attempting to ignore fan binding didn't make it go away. Alchemized and Harry Potter will always be linked, in characterizations, gender politics, and real-life readership. So the question now is, what are they going to do about it? Thanks for watching. All of the sources I cited in this video are in the description box. Both the intro and the outro song on this video are Take a Vacation by the Young Vanes and were edited by me. All channel art is by me, and the video graphics like title cards were created by me in Canva. Special thanks to my beta reader who read around 100 pages of book summary to make sure everything at least sort of made sense. You can find me on TikTok at AlexiTP if you want to see me do more DIY content. Thanks again for watching. Catch you in the next one.